Good evening. I am going to check to see if all of the school committee members are here. 1, 2, 3, 5, 6, 7, 8. Wondering if you see John Saviano and John Bento.
Thank you. Mr. Saviano, I believe, is on
I'm
here.
here.
Yep. And Mr. Bento is here as well. But I'm just going to make sure.
We're all here.
Yeah, I'm here. Bento's here.
Great, thank you. If everyone would please stand and join me in the Pledge of Allegiance, we can get started. Thank you.
I pledge allegiance
To the flag of the United States of America, and to the republic
for which it stands,
one nation,
under God,
indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. I'm going to move public comment to after the superintendent's remarks in case people have comments or questions regarding the questions from the last meeting and those that were sent in between meetings that he will address coming up next. If there's anyone who has public comment that doesn't have to do with the reopening plan, if you could please raise the little blue hand, that would be, we can do those public comments now, and anything having to do with the reopening plan, we would take after superintendent's remarks. Thank you. I see Donna Raza. Welcome, Donna.
Hi, I just wanted to take a minute to remember Linda Romashitis. I spent many days, as did the school committee, sitting with Linda at these meetings, and Linda was an advocate for all of the children in our community, and she will be greatly missed. So I just wanted to take a few minutes to remember Linda and all she did for our community and our children at KMS, Hugh Cole, attending many meetings when she couldn't even walk up the stairs, when she couldn't drive, she needed to get rides. She always made sure she was here. So Linda will truly be missed.
Thank you, Donna.
Thank you, Donna. And Shannon Gray.
I just wanted to thank all the teachers in the district for all their hard work, regardless of what comes next, and just say that I know you guys have all been working really hard, and I know that we as parents are probably not understanding that nearly as much as we should. So thank you before whatever comes next.
Thank you.
Thank you, Shannon. And I see Donna Raza's hand up again.
No, it wasn't supposed to be. I put it down, sorry.
Okay, no worries at all. Thank you. Is there anyone else who'd like to make a public comment at this time? Okay, I'm just waiting a moment just to make sure no hands go up. I see Jan Little.
Yes, I'm here. I was trying to turn my video on, sorry. I just had a question because I just got the bus information, and my question on the busing is, I know that my son's bus is going to be in Bristol at about 3:30, and they're not going to be at Hugh Cole till almost 3:45. So I want to know if there's going to be any more clarification on that. Because by the time the buses leave KMS and do their stops, how are they going to be at Hugh Cole for 3:30? Most of them are going to be there at like 3:45.
Thank you, Jan. And I would ask Dr. Bryce if when you get to superintendent's remarks, if you could respond to that question, that would be great.
Thank you.
Thank you. And I see Michelle Wade De Silva's hand is up next. Welcome, Michelle.
Thank you. I want to clarify, did you say that there is not public comment after, or there is?
No, there is. Instead of having it at the beginning like we normally do, I've just moved it to after superintendent's remarks so that people can ask questions, because I feel like most people, if they have questions or comments, it's going to have to do with reopening. So I wanted
Okay,
to move it until after Dr. Bryce speaks.
That's fair enough. I didn't want to miss my opportunity to speak, and that's why I raised my hand now. I can speak now, or I can wait until after.
It's totally up to you. You can do either one.
Okay, I'll just speak now, because it is, okay, I'll just get started. Thank you for clarifying, though. I do appreciate it.
Thank you.
Okay, so as most of you probably know, my name is Michelle Wade De Silva. I am the Bristol Warren Education Association co-president. I am also a 7th grade math teacher at Kickapoo Middle School, and I live in Bristol, and I am still a parent, but for the first year, I don't have a child in our district because my youngest started college. So I wear many hats. The first thing I would like to make clear as possible to every person on the school committee. So most of what I'm going to say, I just want to clarify, is directed directly to the school committee. So I'd like to make this as clear as possible to every person on the school committee, to the Bristol Warren administration, and to the community at large. What we want to do is work with all of you and do what is best for all of our children in the towns of Bristol and Warren. Our ultimate goal as a union is to ensure the education that our children receive is top-notch and gives everyone a reason to celebrate our district, even in the midst of a pandemic. We are right now very deeply disappointed that the school committee declined our request to speak with them during the executive session today about our impact bargaining memoranda of agreement. We are frustrated beyond belief that we will be starting school on Monday. Did you lose me? You still see? Sorry, my computer went blank. I apologize. Okay, we are disappointed. We are frustrated beyond belief that we will be starting school on Monday without agreements ensuring the health and safety and good teaching conditions are in place. We worked out agreements on all these points with our district administration. I want to underline that point. Teachers and administration agree on health and safety and teaching conditions. We are working as a cohesive unit to do the best that we can in extremely adverse circumstances. It is unfortunately right now the school committee that is standing in the way of ensuring the implementation of the terms that all of us who work in the schools agree are the best things for our students and our teachers. At this point, our message is a simple one. To each and every one of the members of the Bristol Warren School Committee, we are sure that all of us, the BWE membership, the administration, and the school committee have the very same ultimate goal, which is to do the right thing for every one of our students in our charge. At the end of the day, that is why we're all here. It's time to stop treating us as a separate entity that is here for a different purpose. If you are confused as to why we feel this way, please take the time to meet with us so that we can have a conversation to clear the air and come together. That's one of the many things that educators do well. So please allow us the opportunity to do so with you for all of our children. We truly look forward to hearing from you. Thank you.
Thank you, Michelle. Is there anyone else? Okay, so as you all know, we cannot have a conversation about something that's not on the agenda, but I believe that I can make a statement about something that was said, and I will do so. I want to reply, Michelle, to you that the school committee wants to work with you as well. And I don't know how to say this other than that you're bringing it up at the meeting, so I'm going to say it is not the school committee standing in the way of anything. The summer has been spent on all of our behalfs, on the BWRSD administration, teachers, and everyone in this district to put together plans that have been vetted by both RIDE and the Rhode Island Department of Health to make sure that we are putting our students and staff in a safe position. That was always the priority. And every stakeholder has been a part of that discussion. What you're talking about, for the public's knowledge, is the memorandums of agreement that we were working on together. I have met with you. I am always willing to talk with you and to come to the table. I think you know that. I think we're coming from two different perspectives because I think the lines have been blurred between MOAs and reopening plans. And I'm sorry that you feel the way you do, but I have to make the statement from my perspective that we as school committee members, it's our responsibility to look out for every single person in this district. Teachers, yes, but also parents, also families, also students, most importantly. And we are putting in every effort. We are up at night, just like you, figuring this all out and doing the very best we can to get kids back to school and staff back to school, following all the regulations and doing it in the safest possible way. We are not standing in the way of anything. The way that this works, as you know, is that the union meets with the Personnel and Negotiations Subcommittee, and we work these things out, and then we move on from there. We want these MOAs to happen. We pushed for it because we want our teachers to go back feeling as essential workers and feeling like they are going to be safe and in a good position starting out the school year. And as I said at the last meeting, we are going to be revisiting this and auditing all along the way what's going on, because we are in unprecedented times. But we are not standing in the way. So thank you. And I see Mary Arsenault is next.
All right, can you hear me?
Mhm.
Okay. All right, so based on what I just heard is that we're looking to really work for the safety of the teachers and the children, and that is what I would like to speak to, if that is okay at this moment. I wrote something, so I'm going to read it. I'm going to try my best to read it without getting emotional. I am a teacher in the district, and I have 2 children in the district, and my husband is also a teacher in the district. So we have a lot of information and connections in this district. When COVID struck and we were all told to go in hiding from this invisible killer, your teachers pulled together online learning plans and support systems for your children at a moment's notice. Right away, everybody praised us. You saw the differences and difficulties presented by trying to best educate your children while best educating other children. Many of you could not believe how we could pull this off, but we are trained professionals and we did it. We taught your children online within a moment's notice. We were in touch with you and your children daily. We created, praised, supported, and assisted. We worked harder than ever at trying to connect with you and your children. We created many different ways to celebrate your children. We did drive-bys to smile, to beep and cheer for your children from a safe distance. We created special memories that won't easily be forgotten. Some students performed worse, and some students performed better online, but most students performed around the same as they had all year with the support of their teachers, families, and online peers. Zoom and Google Meets allowed students to see each other's smiles, allowed us to sing and laugh and collaborate and stay safe. The idea that students need to go back into school right now for their mental health is an interesting one, in my opinion. We are forgetting what school now is and what it looks like opposed to what it was. Now, mandatory masks, 6 feet apart, same uncomfortable chair all day, facing forward, a new masked teacher moving into your classroom every 50 minutes for 6.5 hours. No smiles visible, no touching, no high-fiving. Your teacher can't sit next to you to help you understand your work better. You can't share supplies. You're on your own all day, sitting in the same seat, facing forward with the same other students spaced around the room doing the same. Your teachers will try to make it better because that is what we do. As teachers, our number one priority is to provide your child with a safe environment to learn and grow. Once we do that, we can teach. We are committed to meeting your child where they are mentally, physically, and emotionally, online or in person or hybrid. We have been trained to deal with potential active shooters in the building. Last year, we were instructed at all times to keep our doors locked and shut. Now, as a result of our poor ventilation systems, we are now instructed to leave doors and windows open and use fans to circulate hot, humid, stagnant air. Is this safe? I have one daughter who will be attending a terrace, and according to the COVID-19 facilities and physical plant school checklist, only the second floor has HVAC, but only uses standard filters, which I don't actually know what that means, but it doesn't sound good. And the basement and the first floor doesn't have HVAC at all, according to this checklist that I read. Not sure how true it is, but I'm not only a teacher in this district, but also a mother of children who sit in these unsafe rooms, in my opinion. Are we willing to chance the safety of our children, our families, our teachers and staff, and anyone at home that will then be exposed? I would really appreciate if you would allow Dr. Bryce that ample time to make certain the environment is safe and secure before allowing our teachers and students, our babies, back into the building that are not safe and secure. Thank you.
Thank you, Mary. And Dr. Bryce, if you could please address the filters and Mary's ventilation questions, I would appreciate it. Thank you. Anyone else who would like to speak now? I see S. Baranowski. And then Kim McAuliffe. Thank you.
You're muted, Aaron.
Oh, okay. I was just letting S. Baranowski know that it is their turn to speak. It appears that you are unmuted and can speak whenever you'd like. I think you may be speaking, but we can't hear you. Is everyone else having trouble hearing? Okay. So I'm so sorry, but something is going on with the sound and we're unable to hear what you're saying. I can see you, but I just can't hear what you're saying. I can see that you're unmuted, but we can't hear what you're saying. So I'm gonna move to Kim McAuliffe and then we can potentially go back. Thank you. Kim?
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. I speak today as a parent of 2 elementary students at Kateris and as a pediatric nurse. I am outraged by the repeated posts I see and statements I hear claiming that nurses were scared of this pandemic, but adapted and worked through it. These posts imply that the same should be expected of teachers, and that is their job to provide for our students, regardless of the circumstances of these times. While I am not a teacher and cannot begin to understand the pressures placed upon them, I recognize the countless differences between working as a healthcare worker and an educator during a pandemic. The hospital I work in, by design, is created to minimize the spread of infection. School buildings are not. PPE is an everyday part of my job and something I knew I would be required to wear when I became a nurse. School staff did not sign up for this. The building I work in is air conditioned, yet there are still times when wearing a mask for an entire shift is challenging. Our school buildings are not air conditioned. I never had to question the quality of the air in my building or rely on weather permitting measures such as outdoor work environments or open doors and windows to make the air I was breathing acceptable. I never questioned my physical safety as the doors to my building remained locked, just like they always have been. As a parent, I am so grateful that I've been given the opportunity to choose what I feel is safest for my family. I recognize that every family has different needs, and I feel that choice is important. But let's not lose sight of the fact that the choice has been taken away from these teachers. Many of them likely sending their kids or themselves to school despite wanting to choose differently in order to service their students and financially provide for their families. We have to do what is best for our children as well as our school staff. The teachers that spoke voiced valid concerns that need to be addressed. They deserve to be heard and considered in this process because they are the ones who will be directly impacted by these decisions. The committee's choice to vote against the superintendent's request for more time to ensure the readiness of our buildings and to hire sufficient staff was very surprising to me. I appreciate your tireless efforts in planning for this, but to my understanding, interviews are still taking place to fill vacant positions. School starts on Monday. How can you say we are ready? Thank you.
Thank you, Kim. And many of these questions and comments will be addressed in superintendent's remarks. Erin Kopecki is next. Go ahead, Erin.
I'm unmuted. Can you guys hear me?
Yes. Mm-hmm.
Okay. Okay. So I was on the meeting the other night till late at night, and so I'm on today. Unexpected that I was going to speak today, but I had 2 kids go through the district. I have one that's still active. I appreciate everybody's due diligence and everything going on. With full disclosure, I am a nurse. I've been dealing with this since March. I'm in long-term care, so I've also been dealing with active cases. I understand that we are dealing with a pandemic. I understand the teachers. I understand everything that we're going on with all this. But I guess my biggest concern is that we are not prepared when the state and the country and the world has had 6 months of this going on. So I know we went back and forth the other night and it's a redundant, but you have children and, we can go into mental health, we can go on into all these things. But at this point, we have the tools as far as PPE, the protection, if someone is positive, the reaction, you have all those things in place. And so to delay and keep putting this off for the what ifs, it's not necessary. And, we owe it to the community to be active, education, vice versa. You can argue whether it's essential, not essential. But right now, we really have to all, be adults about it, make rational decisions about it, and not go on fear. We need to make the best decisions for these children. And whether it's an IEP child or whether it's a child that, isn't comfortable at home, or whether it's the normal kid that just wants to be around his friends, because the kids are together, they're going to be together anyway. The kids are going to be playing sports. There are many districts in the state that are ready. There's 143,000 students in the state of Rhode Island. There is no reason that our little community can't get these kids back to school. There is no reason. And if there is a reason, then we should be discussing that reason, because that's the problem. The problem is not that we shouldn't be prepared. These things should have been done. These things should have been started in March. And if they are not done, it is not these children's fault. It is not these parents' fault. We pay for this district. It is a public school system. So we owe it to the people that live in this community, the children, to get back and get moving. And if we find bumps in the road, we approach them, we fix them like everybody else has been doing in healthcare. That is what everybody has been doing. They have been finding problems, fixing them, moving forward. This is the process that we've been doing since March. So to say that you're going to take half a town's budget, millions and millions of dollars from Bristol and Warren, and say, oh, you know what? We're not ready. We're not ready. and have no, and after 6 months, that, you know, whoever is going to take responsibility should own up to that, if that's going to be the case, and move forward. But you are not doing any justice to anybody by, you know, delay. Get the process going, find a problem, find a solution. Don't keep complaining about the same problems. Safety, everybody is concerned about the same things, but you owe it. The people owe it to these children to get back moving.
Thank you, Erin. If there's no one else, we can move to superintendent's remarks, and I've got S. Baranowski again, so we'll give this another shot. Again, I can see that you're unmuted, but we've got no audio on you. So I can see you on screen, but I can't hear you. So I'm gonna have to move on. I'm sorry. And please, if you can fix the problem for the second period of public comment, I hope that you will raise your hand again. And we will certainly be happy to hear what you have to say. It seems like there is another person who just raised their hand, Holly. De Delvira, I hope I pronounced that right.
What a mess. What a mess. Can you?
Holly, go
Yes.
ahead.
Oh, can you hear me?
I can, yes.
Okay. So I'm going to speak. I think that Shannon Banowski that was going to talk, hopefully she gets to, but I think her and I are on similar pages. We're both teachers in other districts, and we both have 2 children in our district. And for me, my frustration is that I'm in a district that within 1 week of us being back, the kids that chose to come back will be back 100%. 5 days a week, middle school, high school. And our district, and it's a district that is not well off like Bristol Warren. It's much different. It's more of an inner city school, but they worked all summer and our buildings are ready. And I'm so frustrated that I'm attending school every day. Now my kids, possibly, depending on what happens tonight, might not be going. And it's frustrating for me as a parent and a teacher, because if one district was able to do it, or even others, because there are other districts that are similar, why was Bristol Warren not prepared, not ready? And I just needed to vent my frustration, because it's really damaging to the children. And like, if my kids have to stay home distance learning, like most parents in the district, like they're going to be home by themselves with a computer in front of them. I'm not here to help them, like distance learning in the spring. And I can't trust that they'll do what they're supposed to. So I really hope people take that into consideration and we figure out a way to work around all these issues and problems and get the kids back to school where they belong. Thank you.
Thank you, Holly. Okay, I don't see other hands raised at the moment. So again, we will have that other public comment section after superintendent's remarks. Dr. Bryce,
thank you.
I open the floor up to you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So the first thing that we're going to do is we are going to go to our PowerPoint. See if I can share. Hopefully people can see that. Let's start with the end in mind. So we know at last week's school committee, the school committee meeting, the members of the school committee decided that we were going to reopen. All right. And I am pleased to share with everybody that we have 4 schools that are ready to go. All right. Does it mean that we are not continuing to do things on a punch list? We absolutely are. And we would do those things in a normal school year. We will continue to do those things right up until students arrive. We also know that throughout that first several days, we will need to make adjustments, and we will be collecting that information, making adjustments with our teachers and our administrators. So Gutierrez Elementary, Rockwell Elementary, Hugh Cole Elementary, Kickamuit Middle School are ready to return on September the 14th. The 3 elementary schools will be ready to return. All students that whose parents have selected in person will be able to attend at Kickamuit. Based on the number of students, we are going to a hybrid model. That hybrid model will be in place. There are 2 schools that I want to share with the community that we've had different things that have occurred that we are addressing. So first and foremost, 4 of our schools are ready to go. Does that mean that we have staffing in every single classroom? No, it does not. And I will address that right at the end. Let's talk about the 2 schools where we need to make a change. All right, Colt Andrews. I am requesting and making a recommendation to the school committee that Colt Andrews be allowed to have distance learning for next week. And that is September the 14th through the 18th. After that, on September the 21st, they would be able to open with all of the students returning that want to return. The parents that have chosen distance learning would stay on distance learning. So that's the first recommendation. The second recommendation is around Mount Hope High School. And so let me just tell you what we've been doing. We have actually been in the classrooms. We have been measuring the classrooms to ensure that we are adhering to the guidance. Here is the guidance that has been provided by RIDE. That guidance was released on August the 24th. That guidance is very clear about what you need to do for stable groups and what you need to do for unstable groups. So when I scroll to page 5 of that guidance, all right? So it talks about page 5 of the guidance that was released on August the 24th. It talks about stable groups. And in stable groups, it is expected that individuals within stable groups maintain as much physical distance as possible. And so we have done that at our elementaries and our middle school, right? But they also are stable groups. Our benchmark is 6 feet. And so when we go into classrooms, in just about every single classroom, there are 6 feet of space between each desk, center to center. The high school is different because the high school is not a stable group. And a stable group means that all of the students in a particular group are staying together through the day. Well, we all know as parents of high school students that our high school students move around and they are in classes with different students every single day. Here's what the guidance from RIDE that was released on August the 24th says. It says, if stable groups are not possible, high school students must maintain 6 feet of physical distance. Please recall that the wearing of face masks is required regardless of the maintenance of physical distancing. That is a game changer for us. And it is a game changer for this reason. It is a game changer because we are unable, we are unable to fit the number of students who have opted so remember our high school. Our high school is a small high school. We are unable to fit all of the students for a full return in our high school. So our first part of the plan was to go to a hybrid model where we would bring half the students in 2 days a week, the other half, the other 2. And then last week, we added a virtual support day to ensure that our students in virtual learning are getting their needs met and getting the support they need. We have gone back into the building. Utilizing this guidance, we have measured our classrooms once again, and parents made the selection for distance learning prior to the release of this guidance from the state. And with the measurements of 6 feet, we are unable to accommodate every student that wants to return in person twice per week. So my recommendation is again that we open in a limited in-person model for students with students attending in person 1 day per week due to the inability to ensure 6 feet of space between each student in classes. That is not something I take lightly. It is not something that I want to do, but here's where I put a stake in the ground. This is what the guidance says. We are dealing with a novel coronavirus. None of us are medical professionals, but we certainly have a responsibility to adhere to the guidance that is provided. And that is what the guidance provides. And that is what I want us to do for our students and for our staff. Do I think this is a hardship? Absolutely. So let me be clear to everyone in our community, all of our parents, all of our students. The absolute best type of education is for all students to be in class every single day with teachers. At this time, we are unable to do that. We must adhere to the guidance that we are being provided. I can't speak to what other school districts are doing. I can't speak to why they're making the decisions that they're making, but I can speak to the decisions that I want us as a school community to make. And the first priority that we have for everyone, students and staff alike, is health and safety as we deal with this. Now, people have asked in part of the question, well, what are you going to do when October the 13th gets here? Well, we're not done planning, and we certainly know that our goal is to get as many kids back to school as possible. And the town, and I must admit that Steve Contenti, our town administrator, spoke with him today. He has been nothing but absolutely helpful in providing assistance to the school system, has offered the use of at least one, if not potentially two of his buildings, has offered the assistance of his Department of Public Works. Anything that the school needs, he's able to, he has offered as a partner and a member of the community. So here's what we're gonna do. This is what we're gonna start. This does not mean that it will be what we have for the entire school year, but this would be my recommendation to the school committee, how we start. We will continue to look at the issue of, is there a way to get students back for that second day? And if we can do it, absolutely we need to. So let's talk about what the real litmus test is. The real litmus test is that we need additional staff. So over the last 2 weeks, we have had a total of 15 leave of absences, resignations, or retirements. That is a combination of teachers and teacher assistants. There are still students that have a blank where their teacher name is in Aspen Parent Portal. We have agreed that we are going to fill those positions by tomorrow afternoon, and we're going to release that information to our parents. So our parents should know that there's going to be someone teaching their students on day one. This is not a situation that I believe our district has ever encountered. It is a situation that I've seen in other districts. It is a situation that I know is running rampant right now as teachers retire very suddenly or take leaves of absence, is as their right, whether they are teachers or teacher assistants. And so we're going to deal with that. Let's talk about facilities, because facilities is clearly one of the things that we've been very focused on. I know that I had the opportunity to walk buildings. I know that members of the school committee were able to walk buildings and look. We've had 2 groups in. We've had groups from the state that came in last week and this week to do a checklist. It's not really the type of assessment that we want. And so as a result, we've actually hired a contractor to come in and do assessments of all of our buildings. Here's what we know in terms of our buildings. What we know is that in some cases, there are 8 air conditioning systems. We just want to make sure that they are working the way they should. And by and large, they are. They are doing routine maintenance, nothing major. They are changing filters. We have changed filters. We changed filters at the earlier part of the summer. We're changing them again just to make sure. But we also know that the state has an expert who spoke with our pre-K to grade 5 teachers yesterday, Dr. Bramaj. He's speaking with secondary teachers tomorrow. And this is a collaboration among the 8 East Bay school districts. And one of the things that he said is that his belief is that fresh air and opening windows is better than air conditioning. It is, you know, if you can't have a MERV 13 filter, if you can open a window, you can have a fan, you can have an air scrubber, those are the types of things that will increase air change per hour, ACH, to the acceptable level, which is 4 to 6 times per hour in classrooms. So in regards to the issue of safety, because safety is also a consideration. And if there's anything that keeps me awake at night, it is the issue of how do we ensure that our schools are safe? Well, here's how we do this. If we weren't dealing in the pandemic, would we want teachers to keep their doors closed? Absolutely. But we also know that teachers keeping their doors open, but our front doors are locked and our side doors are locked, is also a level of security. We also have had the opportunity to speak with our local police, both in Bristol and in Warren. And we know that we have school resource officers that cover most of our schools. And in Bristol, they've added another officer to cover our elementary schools because we have a tent and we're gonna have classes outside. I don't want anyone to believe that our plan is perfect, that we cannot make changes as we go through. And certainly, I am certain that we're gonna make changes on day one after we see it in action and we modify, we make a tweak here, we make a tweak there. But by and large, we are ready to operate. And it would be my recommendation to the school committee that you accept what I'm suggesting as recommendations and allow us to continue to do the work that we have been doing to prepare our schools. As I walk through our schools, our custodian staff, and first of all, let me just thank our custodian staff, our maintenance staff for all the hard work that they've done. Our schools are in great shape. Let me thank the teachers who came back and who are working under adverse conditions. And many teachers will know that as I walked around, I asked them, all right, where's your teacher bubble? Where's your box? It's a 6-foot swath of the classroom right at the front, which is the teacher space. And I want them to stay in that space while they're teaching because it is important that they have that distance as well. But it's also important that everyone wear masks. Everyone that comes into our facilities wear masks. It's important that our parents help us. And I do know how important it is to get children back into school. And we all agree with that. But we have to do it safely. We have to do it within guidelines. One of the things we need for our parents, we need our parents to make sure that you are completing the student attestation every morning before your student leaves the house. That is going to really help us to make sure that every student that walks in is feeling well, is not experiencing any signs or symptoms, and that allows us to be able to move from dealing with operational things to really focusing on teaching and learning. I'm going to say this, and we know we have to open. And I'm going to speak for my staff, which is everybody in the district. And everyone in the district knows what we have to do. We know the challenge in front of us. We are girding ourselves to achieve that challenge. But I don't want anybody on this call, anybody that's looking, to think this is easy and to think that this is a normal school year, because it's not. If it were an easy year, we would have opened on August the 31st. If it were an easy year, we wouldn't be discussing PPE. If it were an easy year, we certainly, in 26, 27 years, I've never had a discussion about air change per hour in a particular classroom. Have I had conversations about active shooter? Absolutely. Have I had conversations about teaching and learning and curriculum? You bet. Have I ever had conversations about how do I get more teachers to be distance learning teachers? And I have other teachers that are going to be only in-person teachers. Never had that situation before. And so what I would ask is that all of our community, I know you want your kids back in school. We want them back in school. We want to meet them. We want to help them learn and grow. Bear with us as we work through the kinks, because even though 4 of our schools are ready to open, the 5th is going to open on the 21st if the school committee accepts my recommendation and the high school is working at a limited schedule. We really are ready to support your students, to help them learn, to help them be successful. With that, that ends the formal part of my presentation. There are some questions that we had from the previous meeting, and I'm going to go to those now. So the question, and this is a great question, is distance learning still an option for our BWRSD students? This afternoon, Diane Santa, Assistant Superintendent, one of our staff, Kate Mills, and I, working with our principals, cleared the backlog of requests. So we had approximately 50 students. About 35 of them, the parents requested that they move from in-person to distance learning. And the other 15, the request was to move from in-person to, from distance learning to in-person. It is easier in terms of physical space to move a student from from in-person to distance learning. It still creates an issue. The issue that it creates is that instead of, we have class size requirements in our CBA, those requirements are 24 students at the elementary level, 26 at middle school, 28 at the high school level. As a result of the request, we now have some sections of classes that have more than the typical number of students in their distance learning section. And so that is something that we know that we're going to have to deal with, and we're going to continue to deal with it as we work really hard to hire additional staff. The 15 in person, 2 of them were high school, I think 8 were middle school, the rest were elementary. So we were able to accommodate them. The difficulty is that you can only accommodate them if you have the physical space within a classroom that will allow us to safely distance the students 6 feet apart. I will say this. For stable groups, the guidance does allow some flexibility between 6 feet and 3 feet. We have used as our benchmark 6 feet. I am certain that there are 1 or 2 classes that may, where the student desk may be 5.5 feet or 5 feet together. But that is an exception. That is not the norm. The other thing I would mention to you, and I think this is an important, there are rooms that are available in our middle school that we have teachers that are teaching distance learning, things like that. Because one of the questions is, well, do you have space for some of the other kids? Because if you could put them someplace else, then maybe they could go attend school in person. Which then leads to the next question, which is we need additional teachers. We need more teachers this year because we have both students in person who need a teacher, and we need people, we need teachers for the students that have chosen distance learning. At the elementary level and at the middle school level, those teachers are different. Next question. How are students starting in distance learning on September 14th going to access their virtual classrooms? Will all distance learning elementary school students be given Chromebooks? Absolutely. And so we're in the process of Chromebook distribution. I think we had it at KMS today. I understand that they had a long line, but they were able to work through it and get most of their students Chromebooks. I'm sure if there are any other students that couldn't wait, that they can make arrangements with the school to get theirs. The high school has Chromebook distribution on Thursday, I believe, and we will distribute Chromebooks to our elementary students on Monday. One of the things that we are waiting for, and so we are very lucky, the backlog on orders for Chromebooks nationwide is about 8 months. We ordered our Chromebooks in May because we were planning. And as a result, we have enough Chromebooks for all of our students. What happens to families who cannot afford Wi-Fi? Do you know if the cable companies will offer low rate or free Wi-Fi when school starts back up? Looking for information to pass on to families. Absolutely. It is my understanding that the governor and her team are working with the cable companies as well as the telephone, cellular phone companies to provide the same type of support they did last year. We also have hotspots that are available. So if you need Wi-Fi, please reach out to your school. We do not have 1,000 hotspots, but we do have some hotspots for families. And I think it's also important. Please do not let the lack of internet access be the reason why your student does not attend. Let's make sure, please email me, jonathan.bryce@BWRSD. If you email me, if you email the principal, if you've got a phone, you get our number, call us, let us help you, because we want all of our students that are doing distance or hybrid to have access. Does anyone know if the kids are going to have the same teacher if they start off with distance learning and they go back to school after the first trimester or whenever this clears up? We do not have an answer to that. That is something that we're going to have to work through, but we absolutely can't answer that right now. In terms of in-person learning, could you speak about how they will adjust fire drills at school with proper social distancing? Here's one of the things that absolutely we have to deal with. Not only do we have fire drills, and we have one fire drill per month, we also have to have lockdown drills, and we have to have active shooter drills. And so we have to do all of those things, the lockdown drills and the active shooter drills several times per year. So we'll do that as well as the fire drills. So the fire drills are really going to test the organization of our schools, our teachers and administrators, to get kids quickly outside, but not have them bunch up. And then when they get outside, they certainly can spread apart. And so that's something that we're going to look at. Can you utilize the gym in large areas for other students? We can certainly utilize the gym in large area for students, but it has to be a stable group. And so what that means is you have to keep the same students that may have been in that first grade class. If they were going to the gym, they would go to the gym. What we are asking is hopefully many of our physical education classes can be conducted outside. Next question. Can parents request that neighborhood children be included in their class so as to allow for localized small group learning should the need arise? I think parents can request it. We cannot guarantee it. It is not something that we are necessarily establishing right now. But if you make that request, sometimes it happens by happenstance, but it's not something that we can guarantee. The governor mentioned BWRSD during our press conference on Thursday, September 3, as being very creative in how you're handling recess for children. Can you please explain? And so this is really thanks to our parent teacher organization, their input. So every class that has recess will have their own bag of recess equipment, whether that be basketballs or hula hoops or other things that are only shared with that particular class. And so remember that 2 different classes can go outside at recess. They must remain 14 feet apart. They must continue to have their mask on, and they can only play with their particular equipment. And the schools that I've walked into, in the back of the room somewhere, teachers have a huge, like a see-through net of playground equipment that they're going to use for students. And so it was absolutely creative. I didn't come up with it. Either someone on our staff or PTO came up with it. And it is absolutely a game changer. In terms of health and safety, if a child is quarantining at home, how would the parent pick up supplies at school as they might need to quarantine as well? So certainly that would be an issue if the parent needs to quarantine. We would ask that maybe you have a neighbor, maybe you have another family member that could come to the school and pick up those items. Let me talk about visiting schools. As we deal with the pandemic, one of the things that we are going to ask parents to do is we are going to ask parents to limit coming to the school. When you get to the school, it is likely that you will be met outside or right inside in a vestibule area because we do not want a large number of outsiders in the school building. And so each school is going to establish their process for, Jonathan forgot his lunchbox today and you're bringing the lunchbox or an outfit or something like that. And so each school will have their own criteria for that. But I just ask that we keep visits to school at a minimum. We certainly are not going to have a large number of visitors in our buildings. So the kids will have a stable group on the bus, that is correct. A stable group in class, correct. And then a different stable group in cozy, that is correct. That's potentially what, 50 to 60 different people they'll be in contact with every day. Could you explain this? Absolutely. So it is, the guidance supports that young people that are wearing masks, that are staying 6 feet apart, but are staying in stable groups is permissible. And so we are following the guidance. And the guidance really is very clear. So let me give you an example on the bus. In our plan, we had asked that parents screen their children before they get to school, and that we were going to have bus screeners to screen them. Well, we actually are now not going to have bus screeners. What we're going to rely on is our parents to screen their student before they get to the bus. And then as soon as they get to school, when they get into school, we are going to check attendance and also check to make sure that the students that are in class have actually completed their attestation form. And if they have not, that is when school staff will reach out to the parents, contact them, and work with the parents. And that is information that we received, I think, on the 31st, that is permissible. Will the school system be holding flu vaccine clinics early? I don't know if we're going to host them early, but I've been on several emails with a number of our nurses about the flu clinics. We absolutely are going to host flu clinics. I am not a medical professional, obviously, but it is clear that medical professionals are strongly encouraging people to get a flu shot this season. Facilities. If windows will be open, please consider placing safety screens for small kids to prevent falls. I'm just trying to think of all of our buildings and okay, so Hugh Cole is a 1 floor, so we're fine there. All right, so we might need safety screens, or we might need something else. And I will have our maintenance and custodial crew check all of the other 3 elementaries tomorrow, but we'll look into that. That's a good catch. So this bubble they talk about, are the teachers going to be hesitant to help a child when they don't understand something, like not physically walk up to their desk and help them? All right, so here's how I explain the teacher bubble. The teacher bubble is a at the high school 6 by 10, at the elementary 6 by 6, 6 by 8 square, typically at the front of the classroom, where teachers are in it. They are able to teach, they're at the board, things like that. One of the things that teachers may actually do is this. They actually may wear a face shield in addition to, sorry, let me take the phone. They may wear a face shield in addition to their mask. And if that is the case, they may be able to more freely walk around classrooms. However, it is critically important that we, to the best of our ability, maintain 6 feet of distance as much as possible. Is it possible to reopen Reynolds or other schools that have been closed in the past? Absolutely. So we're working on at least 3 classrooms in Reynolds. Again, I mentioned that I spoke with Town Administrator Contente, very helpful. We will continue to look at that as we think about what comes on, what we need to do by October. We certainly would not be able to turn them that quickly, but maybe by the end of the first quarter, they may be suitable places for hosting additional classes. If that is the case, we are also going to need more teachers. Are the state fire marshals inspecting the buildings prior to opening to make sure they are not blocking, that we are not blocking doorways? Absolutely. I've got a report on my desk from the fire marshal. Both fire marshals have emailed me over the last week or so. So I know that they're in buildings, they're looking, they want to make sure their job is to help keep us safe. They've been doing an outstanding job. And I just want to thank both our fire chiefs, Bristol and Warren, and our police chief in both Bristol and in Warren. Just general, how will we have enough teachers, fans placed correctly, and plan for absent students to learn at home by September 14th? As I mentioned, we continue to look for teachers. We're going to look for teachers. We know that we're going to have some substitutes in place. We are working through that. We are interviewing all day, every day, and have been probably for the last 3 or 4 weeks in order to find people. And we are finding people. We're finding quality candidates. And so that's a good thing, especially because we're primarily looking for elementary level teachers. High school chemistry teachers are worth their weight in gold. It's a really difficult teacher to find. We actually found one, and the individual intimated to us that she was going to accept, and then got a better competing offer and took that. So it just happens. How do our fans place correctly? So in our walks, we have been in every classroom. So Dr. Bramage, who the eight East Bay superintendents brought in to speak to our teachers and other staff, TAs and other staff, really talked today. And I've heard him speak, I think probably 2 or 3 times our leadership team has, really spoke today about the use of fans as a way to increase airflow, that it's a relatively inexpensive way to increase in airflow. So this, just like how do we get more students in class, is not something that gets solved today. It is something that we're going to work on, but we're going to have to continue to work on, because here's what we need to think about. We need to think about what happens when the weather changes and it gets cold. When it gets cold, we can't have all those windows open in class. So we're going to have another strategy to increase air change per hour in all of our classes. Could I speak to the plan for substitute teachers? So first and foremost, our plan is to, once again, limit the number of adults and visitors in buildings. And so the reason why we have decided to hire teacher fellows is because, number one, they allow us to fill in gaps either at the TA role or the teacher role. And one of the things that I can mention is that we have absolutely decreased the number of, so we've said that we are not going to have in-person student teachers, because we want to decrease the number of outside individuals that are interacting with staff and students. The governor stated, next question, the governor stated that the students should be back in classrooms by October 13th. How does this work in BWRSD? Well, the governor's response is that the expectation is that districts are going to work their plan. Just like we've had to adjust our plan twice, we are in the process of adjusting our plan, but our plan is going to be hybrid at the middle school level, whatever the school committee decides at the high school level, and full in person at the elementary level. And we will continue to work to see if we can get more students back into school, but that requires even more teachers than we currently have. With that, I will give the floor back to our chairperson.
Thank you, Dr. Bryce. I am going to now go straight into public comment having to do with Dr. Bryce's presentation and reopening questions. I am hoping to get as many as possible in 15 minutes. If I have to extend it a little bit, I'm more than happy to, but I know we do need to also get to a solar proposal and our transportation contract tonight. So with that being said, I will go to Nina Hunt. Hi, Nina.
Hello.
Hi.
Can't get my video up, but that's okay. All right, I'm wondering. First, my son was actually put as a virtual learning child only. And my biggest concern was he's an IEP and a PLP. Even working with the hybrid method, how are these kids that have those issues that are so easily to fall behind within a week, 2-week period going to be helped?
So number one, we've done, I think 2 or 3 things that should really be impactful. So number one is we are requiring all schools to have either morning meetings or advisory, because we do recognize the importance of social emotional health for all students. So that's number one. The second thing that we need to make sure that we're doing is that we are paying close attention to students that have not signed on. We are paying close attention to students who are not turning in assignments, and that we are connecting them with resources. So the first layer of support is, of course, the classroom teacher. But after that, we have social workers in our buildings. We have school counselors at the middle school and high school level. We have psychologists. If this is a student that has a learning disability, then certainly their IEP staff should be able to assist. But more than anything, this is about really paying close attention to every student that we have, so that we know how they're doing and how they're not. One of the buildings I walked into today had cards on their desk. They had red, yellow, and green cards. And here's what's interesting. The teachers were like, oh yeah, so we're gonna use them if a student feels like they're successful, they're on green, they understand what they're doing. If they need a little help, they might flash the yellow. And if they really need a lot of help, they would put up red. And my comment was, but we can also use that for social emotional, how students are feeling, right? And so I'm feeling great today. I'm feeling great today. So I'm green. I'm not quite feeling myself today, right? From an emotional point of view. And you know what? In red, I'm really angry today. And so that's the type of support and structure that we need. At the high school level, it is imperative that in addition to the virtual support day, that we are reaching out to students, that teachers are very focused on who's turned in assignments, who hasn't, who has signed in, who has failed to sign in, because those are the types of things. And I am going to ask school administrators to make sure that they're focusing on those things, because we do not want any student to just fall away because we have not paid attention to them. And folks, even though I can say it and I absolutely believe it, it is not going to be easy. It is much easier to have every student in front of us in class, but it is absolutely imperative that we also adhere to guidance.
Thank you. I have Cassandra Lopez. Oh, I'm sorry, Nina.
That's okay. Yep. But we also run into those kids that, yeah, they're in the middle school. They're not gonna feel secure enough, or maybe they don't feel that they can raise a color. My son is one of them. He's an 8th grader at Kikamua Middle School. He already has a hard time talking to teachers when he's there, because he's afraid of what the other kids are gonna say or what the other kids are gonna do. That's why when he was in-person learning last year, before the whole thing happened, he had teachers like Miss Lusignan and stuff like that that knew who he was and knew how to help him emotionally because of his emotional, how he would change day by day. Being virtual, there is no way to help a child like that, because you don't get to know them and you never know if there's going to be an issue.
Ms. Hunt, you know what? So you're explaining something, and you know what I would ask? I would ask that you would email Principal Dennis Morrell, and I am certain that Principal Morrell will sit with you and work through a plan to give your particular student the support that they need. And I'm certain that support would include working with social workers or psychologists or counselors.
I cannot do the video.
Thank you, Nina, and thank you, Dr. Bryce. And I have Cassandra Lopes up next.
Hello.
Hi.
Can you hear me? Hi. So this is my first meeting. But I also agree with the lady that spoke before me. My son is planning to go in person. And he's not very outspoken, so he's not gonna hold up a card. But I also have a lot of questions. So there's gonna be no screening for buses, correct? And then let's say, moms wake up and like their child, like their fever, like they're a little warm. Like who's to say that they're not giving their child a little bit of Tylenol before they go to school? And now they're 4 hours into school and they have symptoms. So now they're 4 hours into a classroom and they've already been in contact with all these kids.
So I think two things. Number one, we are changing the screening protocol. So instead of having a bus screener, we're actually going to screen them when they get to the building and they've already been in contact with other students. So in the first scenario, here's what would have happened. If they got to the bus stop by themselves and they had not been screened, we would still put them on the bus. The difference is when we got to school, they would go right into isolation. All right?
So if
and hold on.
Okay.
The guidance is clear that if the student has not completed the screening, that they do not need to be isolated as long as they are wearing a mask. And so that's what we're relying on.
So if I send my son to school with a low-grade fever, he's still allowed to school?
Well, first of all, the guidance is clear.
I'm not understanding the guidelines completely.
Yep.
And
so we're going to put the guidelines.
I want to send my son into a safe environment.
Absolutely. And we want your son to be in a safe environment.
It's people like me, for instance, like it's just us. You know what I mean? I'm a single parent. I'm the sole proprietor. I'm the one that has to work. So he, in turn, would technically have to go to school. But other parents are not going to be as adamant as screening their children like I am. So a whole bus ride, that's 30 minutes. That's a 30-minute bus ride.
He was going to ride the bus anyway. All right. We would never leave a student at the bus stop.
No, but no. I'm not saying that you would leave him at the bus stop, but I'm saying like, let's say that like another parent gave their child Tylenol an hour before they were supposed to get on the bus when they had a fever. Now they had a fever, but they don't because they had Tylenol. Correct. But now they're on a bus for 30, 45 minutes because the school times are prolonged. Now, instead of him going and being at school at 8:05, he's now there at 8:51.
So I think in the scenario that you lay out, it is always possible for a parent to make the decision, which goes against guidance, which is if your child has a fever or is experiencing any other symptoms.
And that would never be anything that I would, but that's going to be something that is going to happen. Correct. I feel like that is something that's going to happen. As a parent who has no choice, they have to go to work. They're going to send their child to school sick with a fever, maybe a runny nose, maybe a cough. And
as soon as we are aware of that, we will contact parents and ask parents to come get them. Let me share my screen really quickly because I want to read the guidance from RIDE. So
okay, I have a couple other questions though when you're ready.
Real quick, right? So the updated guidance from RIDE, right? So it was updated at the end of August. LEAs which are local education agencies, are encouraged to work with their school communities to establish a reasonable system for collecting this information daily. supporting parents to submit the information since it provides an important check each day. However, students do not need to be isolated or sent home if the information is not collected, but LEAs should follow up with families to help them to understand the importance of providing this daily information. And so that is the guidance. It has been updated at the end of August, and that's what we are relying on.
I completely understand that and I respect that, but when I watched the governor, they said anything 15 minutes and under. So you're talking about a bus ride that's now prolonged and longer than 15 minutes. So Tylenol isn't going to stop the virus. Like,
so, and I've never suggested that it would.
And I'm not saying that, but if somebody gives their child Tylenol to bring down their temperature and they still have the virus, and you're only supposed to be in contact by the governor and the nurse 15 minutes and under, you're now on a bus ride for 30 minutes for longer than 15, like that's longer than 15 minutes.
Absolutely. So let me tell you what we're doing on buses. We certainly expect that bus windows will be open, so there will be free flow of air. All students will be on buses wearing masks, and they will sit in assigned seats. So they will not be sitting next to each other. The limit or the capacity limit on buses, just like in classrooms, has been reduced to ensure that we are socially distancing. So I understand your questions, and I think what we're asking parents to do is we are asking parents to complete the attestation and to, if their child is experiencing symptoms, to please keep their child home.
But not all parents are going to keep their child home is what I'm saying. Like, not all parents are going to be like, it's just a runny nose. There's going to be parents that are going to send their children because they have no choice. They have no choice. So in the instance of that, when my son comes in contact with that, like, how is that going to be managed?
Okay, so first of all, the goal is, right, so we talk about a couple of things. I don't know if people can see this, but this is some
Yes,
of the,
I can.
right?
I can.
So we talk about everybody wearing masks. We talk about everybody maintaining distance. We talk about airflow. We talk about frequent hand washing and the use of sanitizer. So we expect that as soon as they get on the bus, they're going to use hand sanitizer. As soon as they get off the bus and walk in the building, they're going to use hand sanitizer, right? They're going to.
Is that for sure going to be supplied though for the bus?
Oh, absolutely. We're supplying.
Okay.
We're supplying it to the bus. And again, everybody's wearing masks. They are maintaining social distance on the bus. And we are asking all parents to screen their children before they leave the house.
Of course. But like I said, some parents don't have much of the option. My next question is, so now I got the bus schedule for my child, and it is significantly later than last year. Am I able to bring him to a different person that will take a different bus stop and have him get on there just because of my work?
No, ma'am. Let me show everybody. So we made a decision because we needed to, we needed to include additional time for between runs. We have 3 tiers of run: high school, middle school, and elementary. And we need time for there to be additional cleaning of buses in between runs. And so that's why we made that decision. And so
I can't.
You got a later start time.
Well, because my cousin also has her son going to the same school. So I usually start work around 8. The bus is not supposed to come until 8:51 when I'm supposed to leave the house at 7:30. So I'm wondering if I can like bring my son to somebody else to get on the bus and go to school. That way I can get to work.
At the same bus stop or a different bus stop?
It's a different bus stop.
You're gonna have to call the school, but I can tell you that the answer we will do our level best to work with you. But what we are trying to do is to keep stable groups on buses. And so if you contact the school and have your child's bus changed now, then we may be able to accommodate you, space permitting.
Okay. Okay. I'm just asking, just because I usually go to work 4-8, so I usually leave around 7, and now the bus isn't coming until 8:51. So that's like a significant change for my work.
Absolutely.
You know what I mean?
Yep.
Cozy is also, Dr. Bryce, Cozy is also available.
That was my next question. Thank you, sir, so much. Is Cozy going to be open?
Cozy opens at 7.
Cozy opens at 7, so I will be able to drop him off at Cozy.
Absolutely. But if you drop him off at Cozy, then he's already at school.
Perfect. That was my next question. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Cassandra. I see Aaron Kopecki next, but Aaron, since you spoke at the previous public comment, I'm just going to go to Jeff and go back to you, so that we can get everybody who hasn't spoken in first. There are a couple people who want to speak again, and I will totally get to you. I just feel like we need to go to the people who haven't spoken yet for public comment. So Jeff Creighton, I'm sorry if I'm pronouncing that wrong. You are up.
That's okay. Can everybody hear me?
Yes.
I just wanted to speak on the busing as well. Back when, I think it was in the beginning of July, we were asked about busing and what would be required, whether we needed kids to go both ways or one way was one of the questions. In our situation, we have 2 sons that both go to Hugh Cole. And what we've done in the past and what's worked for us is Cozy in the morning, and then they take the bus home in the afternoon. So my wife had filled out the questionnaire right away, and she realized that, on the questionnaire, it did not specify for one way. So it said one way, but it didn't specify which way. So she reached out to Principal Carpenter, and Principal Carpenter got my wife in contact with Tina Fogel, and my wife has been in communications with Tina all through July and all through August, and pretty much every conversation seems to be, we're talking to First Ride, we're talking to First Ride, we're talking to First Ride, and every time, Tina's given her a date of when she's speaking with First Ride again. My wife's followed up, and it's again, we're going to be talking to them again. And finally, that kind of dropped off. I think September 1st was the last time my wife reached out. We got an email from Tina saying, we might have a spot, what's your address? So my wife sent her that information and asked, if it was a spot for both of our sons or not. And she hasn't heard back since September 1st. So earlier today, my wife reached out to Principal Carpenter again, who spoke with Tina and got back to my wife within an hour, saying that Tina was going to contact the busing company. So the problem I'm having is school starts on Monday, and we need to make arrangements either way. And we've been speaking to the bus company since the beginning of July.
Yep.
So, Monday is when school starts.
So let me explain. So we locked in the bus schedule I want to say last Thursday afternoon is when we locked in the bus schedule, and then they had to put it in the system and update it. And then we shared that information with parents, I believe, on Tuesday. So this is not a normal year, as you already know, and everyone already knows. And one of the issues is capacity. So the maximum capacity on buses, I believe, is 31. And so if you need 2 seats, we have to check the capacity of the bus. And if we have that availability, we will let you know that, and we'll let you know tomorrow morning.
Okay, so we should know for sure tomorrow morning?
I will let you know tomorrow morning. All
Okay,
right?
if
That's cool.
there's a chance that other students,
And you need 2 seats, right?
they can sit together, they're gonna be on the same bus. I mean, they're brothers, so, you know. So you're saying there's a chance that some students will have bus transportation and some students will not?
Well, I'm saying that right now we have, I think about approximately 800 some students that are scheduled for bus transportation. We have emailed their parents their bus stops through Aspen Parent Portal. And so that has been communicated. We will have to go back. We will have to contact the bus company. We will have to look at the roster for that particular bus to determine if there are available seats. And if there are available seats, we will share that information with you. If, however, there are not available seats, we will also share that information with you.
Okay, so if there's not, then at that point, how am I supposed to do that? How am I supposed to handle that?
So you know what? Well, we can't troubleshoot it. We can't troubleshoot.
All right, I'll wait till the morning then.
Yeah, but we will troubleshoot it in the morning. And do me a favor, can you shoot me your phone number? All right, and so I'll be out at schools. All right, but I know our team we will follow up in the morning. We'll get an answer, and we will work through, and we will attempt to troubleshoot the situation.
Sure, no problem. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, Jeff. Thank you, Dr. Bryce. I'm going to attempt to get through all the people with their hands raised and then move on. This has turned into a bit more of a question and answer, which I completely understand because of the nature of things. But I do need to cap it at some point because we have other items on the agenda. And I will also say that everyone else who has additional questions and didn't send them in prior to the meeting can send them. Dr. Bryce, you can tell people exactly where to send them, but they have a clearinghouse somewhere where they can send their questions directly.
If you've got a question, just email it to me.
Okay, great. So I will go, let's see, Aaron and Shannon have spoken, so I'm gonna go to, and Cassandra, so I'm gonna go to John Lawson, Joelle, Ellen Estrella, that's where I'm ending, and then I'm gonna go back to Aaron and Shannon Gray. Thank you.
Hi, everyone. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. First of all, I'm a high school teacher, a teacher at Mount Hope High School, and I've been teaching there for 27 years. I'd like to thank the custodians, the maintenance staff, and the admin at the high school for all of their hard work during this time. They put in a lot of work that I've been seeing. But due to the RIDE in Rhode Island Department of Health guidelines, not only is there not enough space for students in the classrooms, like Dr. Bryce had said, there's also not enough classrooms for teachers to teach in. And all of the classrooms that the health and phys ed department uses have been deemed unusable because they either have no windows or the windows in the classrooms do not open. We have been asked, in violation of the collective bargaining agreement, to teach in a different classroom throughout each period, throughout the day, all over the building. And as a result, it has an impact on the other teachers as well. As a result of this, 14 teachers are going to be displaced from their classrooms during their prep period so that we can teach our classes. And we also found out today that during teacher prep periods, that is when teacher rooms are going to be disinfected. So we're not disinfecting the classrooms during the passing time anymore. Students are going to be given placemats to put on their desks. And I guess the idea is that classrooms are going to be disinfected during teacher prep periods. So us being in those 14 classrooms, that's not going to allow those classrooms to be disinfected at all throughout the day. This is a big problem, not only for our department, but it's a big problem for other teachers in the building. Where do they go? There's already a lack of space throughout the building, but where do those teachers go when we're occupying their classroom during their prep period? So I think I've said enough. Thank you for your time.
Thanks, John. Dr. Bryce, do you want to respond now or offline?
Yeah, I was at the high school today.
Okay. Okay, it looks like the next person who has not spoken yet is Joelle Fontana.
Hi, how is everyone doing? Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay,
Thanks.
great. Thank you very much for the opportunity to speak. I wasn't planning on it, but listening to all the different conversations, concerns, comments, I'm not raising any questions here, but I would just like to share a couple thoughts on, and where we are and what I'm hearing and my position. It's not a perfect world that we live in today. And I know that the district is going above and beyond and to best prepare the school and for virtual learning for our students. And I want to applaud you for all the work you've done. You guys usually do not work this hard during the summer. It's unbelievable what you're doing. Again, applauding what you guys did last year to wrap up the school year. And I know you guys are doing what's in the best interest of the staff and the children. I think it's up to us as adults, as parents, as teachers, as staff, and as a community to come together. We are responsible to do the right thing. And regarding the comment and concern around Tylenol, parents, do the right thing. Don't send your child to school and cover it up. Do what's right. If you have to stay home and miss work, I'd rather miss work because my child is home with the sniffles than to miss work because my child has COVID, or that I sent my child to school. Granted, in my case, my son is staying home, but if the shoe were on the other foot, I wouldn't want to send my child somewhere else to go play with his friends or to another area where he could potentially infect other children if I didn't know what he had. I would not personally want that on my conscience, and I don't think anybody else would. I think we need to come together. Again, we're a community. We cannot lose sight of what Bristol Warren really is. Thank you.
Thank you, Joelle. And I'll go to Ellen Estrella next. Hi, Ellen. Ellen, you need to unmute.
Trying.
There you go. You got it.
Can you hear me now?
Uh-huh. Yes.
There's all these secret passwords to unmute. It's like this, little behind the scenes world. So the first thing I want to say is to the woman who just spoke, Ms. Fontana, thank you very much. That is a big concern of the school nurses. Sending your child to school medicated with an antipyretic has been a long-standing event. So I just want to say thank you, because we all need to be responsible. Public health is all about us taking care of each other. I don't wear a mask to take care of me. I wear a mask to take care of you. But that's not what I intended to say, because I was about to say, all I wanted to say was there's an answer to one of the questions here tonight. And that's about the flu vaccine clinics. Yes, we do have flu vaccine clinics already booked. On October 14th from 4 to 7, the site is the Mount Hope High School, And on October 29th from 4 to 7, the site is KMS. These are community-based flu clinics that are open to not only our students and their families, but they're open to anybody else in the community. We're asking you to please, please, please vaccinate against the flu. There's a lot of research out there that this is going to be a very conundrum, as we say. How do we delineate between the flu and COVID? We are sending out information to families that you can see that the flu, COVID, seasonal allergies, and a cold, there's a lot of that you'll see that the symptoms are the same. So we want to mitigate as much as we possibly can. or draw the line, or I don't know what the exact terminology is, but I'm asking you as a school nurse, I'm asking you as the longest tenured school nurse to please vaccinate against the flu. I'm asking you to please complete the attestation form. Please be honest with us. I understand there's a struggle. I do. But we need to protect the greater community. And I don't know what that's my spiel. Thank you, Ms. Schofield.
Aaron, could Ellen repeat those dates one more time?
I can, I wrote them down, so I will do it. It's October 14th from 4 to 7 at Mount Hope High School, and October 29th from 4 to 7 at KMS.
Thank you.
You're welcome. And thank you so much, Ellen. For those of you who don't know, Ellen Estrella is our high school nurse. So thank you so much, Ellen. Okay, I have one more person on here who has not spoken before, and I'm gonna have to ask the other three that are my cutoff to keep it short, because this is your second go around. So Avery, you're up. Thank you.
I was just looking to see, in the beginning, there had been said that some kids were opting to distance learn. They had originally opted for in-person and then decided to distance learn, correct?
That is correct.
So does that mean that there will be more room in schools for children who need to be in person?
It does not. So again, we've had a sizable amount of movement, both from in-person to distance learning and from distance learning to in-person. And so one of the things that we asked when we wanted parents to make a decision was to hold that decision for the first either trimester at the elementary level or quarter at the secondary level. And so we made our last decisions this afternoon. One of our staff members is alerting parents this afternoon and this evening via email. And we're gonna do our level best to hold on movement through the first trimester or the first quarter. If there is an emergency situation, please email the principal and myself, and we will try to address it on a case-by-case basis. But as you can see, space is limited, as well as the number of teachers when we move students to distance learning will increase, and we are still looking for teachers.
Okay.
Thank you. Erin Kopecki, go ahead.
Okay, I'm unmuted. Am I unmuted?
We can hear you, yes.
I promise I'll be brief. So I just want to clarify, because I've reviewed the RIDE, the school reopening several times. I'm on a call with the Department of Health often. And I just want to clarify for the high school that last week when we had the meeting, it was a sufficient space. And just to clarify for everyone, it's wear face masks if 6 feet is not possible. So the face masks by the CDC and RIDE are suitable for kids to return to school, so they don't need to be 6 feet apart. Again, that's the Department of Health, that's long-term care, that's on their website. So I just want that clarity. And two, I have a question at the end, but this is really about accountability and transparency. Somebody has to be accountable that these schools are not ready. So I hope that however everybody votes, because I'm sure it's already been decided, I've been on many volunteer committees or many committees, I'm sure it's already been assigned and decided, but I hope that you all as elected officials by your towns hold somebody accountable and you get true transparency as to what's going on. And I just want to clarify, Mike Lenny, who runs Rhode Island Interscholastic, he is from Bristol, and the governor had a great line for him. She just said, every time she presented him with a problem, he had a solution. And he worked those buildings closed until now, all the time, solutions. And all I hear from you, Dr. Bryce, is excuses, and that's very disheartening. And I've had 2 successful students in the district. I have 1 to less, and that's very disheartening. But my question at the end of all this is, you know, after we go through this and 80% of the school districts that are bigger than us, inner city schools, they're successful, when do we reevaluate? When does high school kids get to go 2 days a week, 3 days a week? When do we reevaluate? Are we waiting until December? Is it up to you? Are we having these calls every week? Because I think that there has to be some plan, not just like, let's wing it. Because the Rhode Department of Health has many guidelines. The nursing home facilities have made it happen. So how soon are we evaluating, and how is that going to work? And I think that that's fair. That's a fair question to have to be answered.
So let me start off by saying I am accountable. I am the superintendent of schools, and I am accountable for everything that happened in this school district. And I have no problem having the conversation with you or anybody else. I am following the guidelines. I will continue to put the health and safety of every student and staff at the focus of all of our efforts. If I could find a way to not have 6 feet of distance for high school students, for the guidance that came out, it is on the RIDE website, dated August 24th. If stable groups are not possible, high school students must maintain 6 feet of physical distance. Please recall that the wearing of face mask is required regardless of the maintenance of physical distancing. So again, I say we're following the guidelines. We will continue to work on this. We will continue to look at other options. Those other options will require additional teachers, because even if you use another building, you're still going to need teachers. And right now, we are still looking for teachers to fulfill all of our distance learning vacancies.
Thank you. Okay, I said I would go to Shannon and Cassandra, and then I do need to move on because we have a a presentation coming up, and I hope everyone will send in their questions.
So I can't turn on my video, and I hate looking like I'm hiding behind a picture, but it won't let me turn on.
No worries at all. Go ahead.
All right, so I just want to start by saying I didn't ask any questions before. I made a brief statement supporting people. So I do have 3 questions. 2 should be relatively quick ones. The first is, I hear a lot of people talking about getting bus information. I have not. So I'm just curious when I should be expecting that.
Have you checked Parent Portal?
It's on the Parent Portal, not independent emails?
Correct.
My apology.
It's on the Parent Portal. Check the Parent Portal. If you can't find it there, shoot me an email.
Sure, or I can call Eileen.
Okay.
My next question is, provided that Colt Andrews does go distance learning, which, you know, it sounds like it's going to and it needs to, and, you know, it is what it is. It may not be ideal for my family, but it's what's best for everyone. How are students expected to get technology in time?
So
Because it's only 2 more days of school.
Absolutely. So we're going to have to have on Friday a distribution for Chromebooks and other supplies for students. It's really difficult given what we're dealing with at Colt Andrews.
Yeah.
That would be the preliminary plan.
All right, because I'm full in person at Tiverton Middle School right now, so I'm sure the hours are quite similar.
Yeah.
My final question is, having been an elementary school teacher, I know this first week, if not 2 weeks, is all about rituals and routines. And I'm just curious what exactly that's supposed to look like with a bunch of, you know, let's say K through 3 students who it's really just their ritual and routine for a week, as opposed to their new ritual and routine.
Yeah, I think number one, it is the opportunity to get students adjusted to the use of technology. They're going to utilize technology whether they're physically in person or whether they're at home. So technology is going to be a part of it. They're going to get to know their teachers. They're going to start some of their assignments. And so that is part of the routine. We hope that based on the recommendation that I'm making to the school committee, that we will have staff back having dealt with the health issue that we have. And we will be ready to receive all of our students on the 21st.
All right, and one final question, then I promise I'm done today, Erin, and I really appreciate that I get a chance every time now. When is the best time to place my request for compensatory services? Should I wait until the full in-person begins, or should I place that request? I know I saw Ed Clark was on here. I don't know if he still is. I just don't know when I should place that request for the services we did not receive last year.
I think you should send us an email and asking for that, and we'll take it from there.
Okay, perfect. Thank you so much, everyone, for letting me chat once again.
Thank you, Shannon. Before I go back to Cassandra, I need to skip to Ellen Estrella, the school nurse at the high school, because I'm guessing she wanted to answer a question. Do I have that right, Ellen?
Thank you, Mrs. Schofield. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you. And I'd like to direct this to Mrs. Kopecki, that I understand where you're coming from, Mrs. Kopecki, but because the school nurses have been in contact on more than 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, whatever, when we're trying to contact the Rhode Island Department of Health, our guidance is this. What is considered a close contact? A close contact is considered anyone that is within less than 6 feet of distance for greater than 15 minutes. So when you are talking about putting kids together in closer contact, and I understand, Mrs. Kopecki, your frustration, I do, but we are issued guidance that is a little bit different maybe from healthcare facilities like assisted living, like a nursing home. And so we're talking about children in closer proximity to one another. And so our guidance is, and I have talked to a nurse at the Department of Health, less than 6 feet for greater than 15 minutes, regardless of masking. So I just want to share that. I just want to share. We've been working really hard. I know that everybody's like patting the backs of the teachers, but I'm going to do a shout out right now for the school nurses in your district. We've been beating the bushes all summer long, and we're trying to find the best information. We are staying in tuned, and I'm just going to share that with you. Thank you very much, Mrs. Schofield.
Ellen, thank you. And thank you for saying that. We are so grateful for all you have all done all summer and continue to do, and I know we'll continue to do throughout this school year. So I truly thank you. I'm going to go to Cassandra, and then I've got to end it there, like I said, because we do have presentations to move on to. Thank you. Cassandra, you are still muted.
Hello?
I hear you.
Can anybody hear me?
Yeah.
Yep.
Yes. Okay. So going back on what I said, it's not that like I personally would not send my child sick, but I know that it's going to happen. It's gonna happen. I just want to know what is going to be the steps afterwards. Especially now, like now that this is like a prevalent, like serious thing. It's not like a cough. It's not just a runny nose. Like this is something that like these kids can get really sick from.
Sandra, I'm gonna answer for you, and then also suggest that you really reach out to the school principal and the superintendent for, if you have more questions, because they're all great questions. I think the thing about this is that whenever there is no perfect situation.
The only thing is that I felt like the lady that had spoken was like, well, people need to just have a conscious mind and this and that. Like, I understand that. I do. But not everybody has that.
I agree. But here's the thing I'm going to share with you. And the thing is that the reason this is so hard is because it's not anything anybody wants. This scenario, no matter what.
It's horrible. In any way you look at it, it's horrible.
So the fact of the matter is, I think, and I hope I'm not talking at a school, anytime you're sending your kids to school or you're going out to the grocery store or any of us are going out in public, all we are doing, there's risk involved. So my point is that keeping those who can keep their kids home or those who can choose to keep their kids home are doing so potentially because they do not want to put their kids at any risk, okay? But anytime any of us go out, we are engaging in some type of risk.
Thank you,
And
Aaron.
the way I see it, that it's our job to give all of the information to parents and families and to set up our schools so that we are following all the state
but
and
a risk-
regional and local
risk
guidelines.
to
Just let
me,
me
a
finish.
risk in-
Just let me finish real quick, please.
Okay.
To follow all those guidelines so that what we're doing is putting our students and staff at the minimal amount of risk. This is just not a no risk situation. I wish I could say to you, this is a no risk situation, but in the environment we're living in, it's just, and you know, I'm not a medical professional, and I'm clearly not the superintendent. I'm just trying to read and learn as much as I can about the guidelines because I know this is about minimizing risk as much as we possibly can. So no, unfortunately, we can't guarantee that every human being who sends their kid to school is going to be conscientious. And I wish we could, but we just
What
can't.
happens in that case? What happens in that case?
We
'Cause, like,
have all of the protocols according to the guidelines and anything we can do beyond that set up so that we can deal with those situations right away, swiftly, and that we're set up with all the materials and tools that we need and the personnel in place to deal with those situations. So
and
that
that to me is amazing, but I would also like to know what that protocol is. So let's say that me being a conscious person puts my son on the bus with somebody who wasn't so conscious and puts their child on the bus sick, knowing that they like have been sick and they're on the bus together. You're saying that like the time span is 15 minutes, but
I'm
you're
telling
on.
you that there's no way for us to know if that person put their child on sick. What we're doing is putting protocols in place. And please, Dr. Brace or Ellen, jump in if
Right,
I'm.
but I feel like there should be a
trying.
screening process before they even go on the bus.
You are.
There should be a screening process before they go on the bus. Like that's not safe. You're just gonna send all these kids to school and not screen them before they go on the bus. That's what you had said.
So let me reiterate. The screening is done by the parents.
The honor system, by the honor system.
But we are also verifying. The difference is we're not verifying at the bus stop now. We're going to verify when they get to school.
Okay, but that's also a 45-minute drive, which is 30 minutes more than what you said that you're supposed to be in contact with somebody for 15 minutes.
And
that it's a 15-minute window. Now you're 30 minutes after that window. So why aren't the kids being screened before they even get on the bus?
Ma'am, they are being screened at home. The students are being screened before they
at home though, but to me, screened at home means that, like, let's say that somebody, they have to send their kid, not necessarily me, because I would never do that. I would never send my son sick to school. I would never do that. Like, I stay home with him all the time when he's sick. Like, I wouldn't do that. But there are people that will send their child to school sick. So screened at home is almost like, it's like a half of an effort.
Well, first of all, it's not half of an effort. It is exactly what the guidance requires. And remember,
but that's not much of a guidance because
I will hold the sign up.
How is that safe? Like, how is that safe?
So first of all, the issue for whether we screen them before they get on the bus, whether someone checks to see if they are screened before they get on the bus, or whether someone checks when they get to school to see if they completed the attestation form, it's the same difference. We're going to transport that child regardless. So I just want everybody to know that child, any child that is at the bus stop is going to be transported. All students on the bus will be required to wear a mask. All students that are on the bus will be required to sit in an assigned seat, will be required to use hand sanitizer.
But what if one student is positive for coronavirus?
Okay.
And that whole bus is now infected.
Ms. Lopes?
Like that whole bus has the potential to be infected by the virus.
And you know what? You are correct that the bus has the potential of being.
Which is why the screening before they go on the bus is.
This is where you're missing the point. Hold on. Yes.
I don't mean,
Any student, Ms. Lopes, hold on.
I want to apologize because I don't mean to be rude. I just,
well, you won't let me
I want to understand because I want my child to be safe.
Absolutely.
And if I come off abrasive, I don't mean that. I don't mean it at all. I respect everything that you guys have been doing to get everything ready, but there are questions. You know what I mean? There's questions.
And so let me attempt to explain and answer your question. So the first line of defense for any school is for the parent to complete the student attestation. That is absolutely the first line of defense. The student arrives at the bus stop. The student has a mask on. The student gets hand sanitizer, gets on the bus, sits in an assigned seat. If that student is positive for coronavirus, all right, that student has a mask, the bus windows are open, so we have cross ventilation, and we have more than an appropriate number of air changes per hour. When that student gets to school, that student is still going to be asymptomatic if they are not exhibiting any types of symptoms. All right. But if their parent has not checked their attestation form will be checked. And I, again, refer you to the guidance which says, if the parent has not completed the form, please contact the parent. The child does not need to be isolated, but please work to remind the parent of the importance of submitting this every single day.
And Dr. Bryce, just to be clear, at that point, once a case has been confirmed, then it's kind of out of our hands at that point, and it's turned over to the Rhode Island Department of Health, and they do their contact tracing and all that stuff, and all that notification to those people would come from them.
Absolutely.
Okay.
I want to thank everyone who spoke. I wish I could get to everyone else on here who wants to speak. I know we could go on all night. I know we could. I know how important this is. So I would ask you all to please send your questions directly to either a school committee member, Dr. Bryce. We will get it to who needs to get it to answer it properly. I do need to move on to the next agenda items. We do have a couple people online, I hope still, who will do a presentation for us on the solar proposal. So thank you again so much. And I need to now ask for a motion to seal the executive session minutes from tonight.
So moved.
Second.
Motion moved by Mark, seconded by Brian. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Thank you. And now first on our agenda is the Nugent Capital Solar Proposal. There are a lot of people on the call, so I know that Aaron and Laura were scheduled to be here to speak to us. And I'm wondering if you can hear me and if you are here.
And I'll just start it off, Madam Chair, if I could. This proposal came before the Budget and Facility Subcommittee. We looked at some point in the past, the town of Bristol, in conjunction with Barrington, went out for an RFP to develop the Bristol landfill land that's currently being unused, and Nugent Capital wanted to develop that land and provide solar services. And they then contacted us. They had looked at the amount of energy that we consume they recognized that they felt they had enough capacity to provide us some of our energy. Typically, when you're looking at a project like this, you don't get all of your energy from the solar generation, but maybe like 85 to 90%. They looked at what we were consuming and determined that we would be a good fit for what they are generating. They brought their proposal before the Budget and Facility Subcommittee, and at that time, the proposal was to enter into the same agreement that the town of Bristol had entered into, and that is what we approved and are proposing to you this evening. And I would like to say that we're very fortunate. I hope the folks from NewGen are on, but we are also very fortunate to have, I think, one of the solar experts in the state, Mr. Adam Ramos, on our committee that could probably answer questions as well, and was very informative and helpful to me while I was learning about this as well. So thank you, Mr. Ramos.
Okay, so let me kick this off then by asking school committee members if you have any questions right off the bat about this solar proposal. If not, okay, we'll go to Marge McBride.
How much does it cost us, and how long do we obligate the district? The last time that I heard the proposal, it was going to cost us some money and we would obligate ourselves for 25 years. So I'd like to know the answer to those two questions, because there has to be an upfront cost to buy into it, because they sell the credits. So we're sort of an adjunct kind of group on it, and I'm not sure that I'm prepared to pay money to wait, and I'm not sure if I'm ready to commit the school committee to 25 years. 3 maybe, but not 25.
Okay, thanks, Marge. I do think that Laura from NewGen is on the call. Laura, can you confirm?
Yes, I am on the call.
Thank you so much, Laura. Would you be able to answer Mrs. McBride's question of how much will it cost and how many years is the obligation?
Absolutely, yes. So it's 25 years. This is a unique situation because originally the Bristol Warren School District was originally part of an RFP. So because you weren't sure if you were going to do something with the town of Warren, you decided to wait. But because you were originally part of the original RFP, you can kind of just step right into what they already have. So that is a 25-year agreement. In addition to that, there is no upfront cost at all. What happens is the solar facility generates electricity. It is a credit, which is then put on whichever bills you choose. You get the money first on your bill, and then you in turn pay us at a 20% discount off of that credit. So say you got $100,000, you would pay us $80,000. We build it, we finance it. Where we make the money is from that net metering credit that is generated by the electricity the sun is pumping into these solar panels. So I'm not sure, does that answer your question?
Yes, it absolutely does. And it does cost us some money. Maybe it's not upfront, but it definitely costs us money for the next 25 years because that's how you make the money.
Wait a minute,
wait a second. And I was in on the very first solar project, and I'm well aware of what that was. And we were working, the town of Bristol had asked us if we would be interested in putting solar panels on the high school. And we said, no, we were not interested. And that was about 5 years ago, because the amount of return wasn't worth what it was we had to put out, number one. And number two, our flat roof, the children loved to get on it, and we got no warranty on our roof. and no guarantee that we could keep people off of it. So I've been around the bend twice on this, and there's no way that I feel that I have the right to obligate anybody who comes after me to 25 years. Now, I can't do that. We might not even be here in 25 years.
Well, what I can say is most school districts are hopping onto it because it is savings. And over that 25 years, you're going to save, estimated by looking at electricity, what you're using is about $100,000.
Over 25
and
years.
I'm sorry?
Over 25 years. So that's $2,500 a year.
Per year, per year. And so just to be clear, the type of deal that you're stepping into, there's no risk because it's a discount off the retail sales. So if the rate is, 9 cents a kilowatt hour, you're getting a 20% discount off whatever the rate is. So no matter what, you're getting savings. You will always be paying less than what you'd pay if you didn't have solar.
I understand how it works, and
Okay,
I'm
okay.
totally against it, Madam Chair.
You're on mute, Erin.
Thank you. I said thank you, Mrs. McBride, and thank you, Laura. Anyone else have any questions? Did I see Mr. Saviano? Go ahead.
Yes, thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you. I totally echo Mrs. McBride's concerns. A 25-year commitment to anything is not something that we should be involved with. And the credit is not enough to get me excited to commit to it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Saviano. And I'm going to jump in before I go to the next question. Laura, would you mind addressing for us why in a situation like this, the commitment is 25 years?
Yeah,
and not a 3-year deal like we're used to, sort of thing? Thank you.
Well, it's for the initial lifetime of the solar system. So we're financing and building it. So in order for us to make our money, we set contracts out that far. In addition to that, we've signed up with many school districts. The results that you might get tomorrow are very different than you will get right now. And I just do want to call that out. A lot of these projects are getting stuck in ISO and transmission studies. So there's limited solar availability right now. And the school district is in a very unique situation, which is why, we're in your backyard. We are based in Warren. The solar site that we're building is right at the Bristol landfill. So there's educational opportunities for your kids. And, we're really excited that it's in the community. But you're not going to find any of these contracts that are less than 20 years. And it's because in order to build them, we have to have a long-term commitment in order to pay for the system itself and for financing on the project.
Madam Chair.
Mrs. McBride?
Yes, a lot of school districts, well, not a lot, a few have done it, but they are the school districts that are attached to a town. They are not regional districts. So if the town of Barrington is doing it, their school system is benefiting from it because the town of Barrington is doing it. So we operate a little differently here. We're 2 towns, and the 2 towns have not instructed us to do this. So the regional district just operates a little bit differently than those other school districts. And in the last time, I think I saw that there were like 4 districts that had signed on. So I don't think there are any other regional districts that have signed on, because you really can't obligate towns.
I've got Mrs. Reish and then Mr. Saviano.
Thank you. I disagree with Mrs. McBride. I do understand the trepidation around a 25-year commitment, but I think savings is savings is savings in a time where budgets continue to shrink. Money that's available to us, whether it's state, local, federal, goes away. I also think it's important for us as leaders in learning to put our money where our mouth is and embrace kind of these new technologies. It's not only a great teaching opportunity to teach our kiddos about the alternatives that are out there and maybe potential careers that they could get into, but I think it's also important just to sort of model taking care of our community. And I think this is a great way to do so. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Reish. Mr. Saviano and then Mrs. Ellsworth.
John, you're muted.
If we sign, thank you, Marge. If we go into a commitment with Rhode Island Association of School Committees, we can save that amount of money and some more, but we only have to commit for a year or two. And so why should we go on a limb committing school committees for the next 25 years to be hooked on it? Thank you.
John, do you want to give us more information on what you're talking about?
Yes, can you hear me?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, we have signed up traditionally with Rhode Island Association of School Committees for a maximum of 3 years, but it's not necessary. You could go for a year at a time. And we buy directly from the manufacturer of the producer of the energy, so that we get a great price without this huge commitment. I'm totally against it.
I'd like to just say something.
I'd like
if I
to say
can.
something. Yeah.
Adam, if it's okay, I'm going to just go to Laura to address this, and then Adam, I think Sheila was next, and then Mr. Ramos.
It might actually be something that Adam was going to say, is actually buying that direct energy doesn't change. You can go ahead and change that distributor however you like. This is in addition to. We do both. We have many customers that buy from, say, direct energy. They have that on their bill. And then in addition to that, they get these additional net metering credits on their bill. So that is more savings for everybody.
Thank you, Laura. Mrs. Ellsworth?
Yes, can you hear me?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So Laura, is this the one that the town of Bristol did with Barrington?
Yes, Barrington Public Schools is also going to be one of our customers, yes.
Okay, so they paid the upfront cost. So there's no upfront cost to the actual district.
And nobody pays upfront costs. Nugent pays for the solar system itself. We have agreement with them. When we turn on, when we actually start generating electricity, those credits then go to our customers as soon as we flick the switch.
Okay, and you're saying we're going to save how much a year?
$100,000 a year, approximately. Yeah.
No, 100,000 over 25 years.
No, she
No,
just said
no.
a year.
$100,000 per year.
And
You
that's
said
guaranteed.
That's not what you said. You said we would get $2,500 a year.
She corrected you, Marge.
Huh?
Okay. So Laura, is that guaranteed?
Well, I mean, it ultimately depends on how much electricity that you buy.
Okay, but how did that figure come? Like, how did you guys do the analysis to come up with $100,000 a year?
So we take, because it's a percentage off of the electricity rate. So we look at the electricity rate and we estimate it's going to increase or decrease over a set amount of years. And then we take that and we take 20% off the top of what you would be paying in electricity. And based off of about 85% of what you're actually consuming. And that's how you get that number.
And it has to be a 25-year deal. Like there's nothing that we can do.
Yeah, so in order, these agreements really are like 20 to 25 years. And the only way to step into the RFP is it has to be, to step into the offer and the agreement, is for it to actually exactly reflect the agreement that we have with the town of Bristol and the Barrington School District, because that was the RFP that you were originally part of.
Okay, so what happens when technology changes? We're stuck? Like if, say, there's this new crazy technology, like, are you gonna switch over to the new technology, or would you guys just keep the 25 years?
So that is a question that we do get a lot. And the thing to think about is that this is savings right now. And nobody can predict the future. That's reality. But the fact is that if you don't jump on the opportunity now, you're losing savings every year that you're not. And many schools are doing it because it is additional revenue that you can put towards other things and an additional educational resource for your students that is right in town.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Sheila. Mr. Ramos?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I don't necessarily have any questions, but I've studied this particular potential project and contract in quite a bit of detail, and I do want to speak out in favor of it for the reasons that Ms. Reich said already, and also for some other reasons. I'm familiar with this industry. And I want to first address the concern about the commitment and the 25-year commitment. Whatever the length of the commitment is, it is the same as the commitment to thinking that we're going to be using electricity for that long. If we don't do this, we're going to be still purchasing electricity unless we think that we're going to somehow not be using electricity anymore at some point over 25 years. The way these contracts work is essentially we're getting a 20% or more discount off of the electric bills long term. And the reason why I say or more is actually precisely because of what Mr. Saviano raised. He talked about the favorable rate that we get through our contracting with the Rhode Island Association of School Committees for energy. Because we get that favorable rate, that means that we're paying less per kilowatt hour for the energy that we consume. But the discount that we're going to get is going to be based on the rate that National Grid charges per kilowatt hour. So if we're paying 9 cents per kilowatt hour and National Grid charges 10 cents per kilowatt hour, then our credit against our bill is 10 cents per kilowatt hour, even though we only paid 9. And then when we pay our bill, because we're only paying the invoice to, in this case, NewGen, but really to any company that does these things at 80% of the rate of the credit, then we're only paying 8 cents per kilowatt hour. So we're paying even less. I'm not great at the math part of that piece that we have to pay against the credit. So overall, we're getting an excellent benefit. I would recommend that the school committee get involved in this because we need to save costs wherever we can, as we're constantly battling difficult budget circumstances. This particular project presents a unique opportunity in the industry because it is a project that's ready or has passed most of the hurdles that ultimately lead to these projects not ending up being constructed. It's received its permitting. It's been authorized to interconnect with the National Grid distribution system. And I've seen many of these projects begin, have people who have signed up for them end up losing out, not because they lost money, but because the project never came to fruition. That risk is almost completely eliminated with respect to this project because of where it is in the development cycle. And then lastly, for the reasons that Ms. Reich also alluded to, having this project in our backyard provides opportunities for educational partnerships with NewGen as the operator of the project. And also it provides an opportunity for partnership with at least one of our towns in showing and being a part of a project that they are already a part of. and we're working in concert and demonstrating our commitment to controlling costs in any way that we can. And lastly, I don't have concerns related to what I would call the opportunity costs associated with potential technological advances in the future. Laura mentioned that not taking savings now means that you're missing out on those savings until such time as you achieve them later. I think the flip side of that is, if there was a future technology that permitted greater savings somewhere down the line, you'd A, have to predict that that future technology was going to come along, and B, predict that the additional savings associated with that future technology would be so much higher that it would make up for the savings that you didn't get in the first however many years of the contract. So I think that this is a good opportunity. I'm in favor of this particular project because of where it currently stands and our ability to get into it right now. But if we don't want to go with this one right now, then I can understand the hesitancy. I would strongly recommend hesitancy because it seems kind of rushed, or maybe that you don't really understand it yet. But I would strongly recommend that we look very strongly at figuring out whether we can get involved with another project like this. I'm not suggesting that that's where I'm going to vote, to the extent that we're voting on this tonight, in favor of this one. I think it's the right time and the right project and a unique opportunity that we should do. But more broadly, I think the idea of getting involved with a renewable energy project, whether it's solar or something else, that provides an opportunity for savings off of what we're currently paying for electricity, is a good idea.
Thank you, Mr. Ramos. Laura, I see that you want to respond. I'm just going to go. Are there any other school committee members who have questions? I'm just going to go to the other school committee members, and then hopefully you can address their questions. Mr. Cabral?
Have we heard from any other projects besides this group?
It's my understanding we have not, and the reason is because this group has already been vetted by the town of Bristol, and we would be jumping in on that RFP. Brian, can you speak to that, or Dr. Bryce, or Sheila, someone on the budget subcommittee? Thank you.
Yeah, no other renewable energy companies have come to ask us to participate in any projects. And I will say that I agree with what everything that Mr. Ramos said. I mean, this project is further along in all of its permitting and all of its stages, that this makes this an opportune time to get in. We do have a presentation that's on our server from the May 4th Budget and Facility Subcommittee that Nugent provided. It's a very good presentation, and I'll just highlight, estimated savings in year one is about $106,000, and they are estimating we could potentially save over $3.3 million, I believe, over the life of this project. So
thank you, Brian. And I think the point is that
nobody else has come to us to participate.
Right, but also that we would be jumping in on a project that the town has already vetted. So they went through that RFP. I don't know if this is satisfactory to you, Victor, but the town went through that process and came out with Nugent as their front runner and joined on, and then we were asked to join on, and so that's why we're at where we're at today.
Well, I'm going to vote against this as such, because I don't have enough information to know what the situation is. We're throwing all kind of numbers around here that we really are not documenting. We don't really know if those numbers are true or false or whatever it might be. I'm not against a project like this, but I'd also like to know if there's any connection between us, our district, and the project, meaning electrical wires. Is Laura there? Can she answer that question?
The answer is no.
All right, now, if that's true then, right, they could put
No,
this,
I don't understand the question.
I don't understand the question either, Madam Chair.
well, let me explain it to you, okay?
Okay, thank you, Victor.
This is not, they're not touching our electrical system at all. They're not going to get involved with us at all. They're going to have solar panels. They're going to collect electricity. They're going to sell it back to Narragansett, or whatever it is now, the electric company. And then they're going to give us a credit, all right? And they're going to get the money from the electric company because they just sold all that electricity to them. They could easily approach Warwick and say to Warwick, okay, we're going to do the same thing to you, but over in Bristol, we've got these solar panels. And if you get involved, what we're going to do is we're going to sell the money, we're going to sell the electricity back to the electric company, and we're going to give you a credit. That's how it works. There's no
I would, this is Laura. I would like to respond. Actually, the credits get put on your bill. You send the money to us. The school district sends the money to us. That's the only way we get paid.
Exactly true, but I mean, it's still our bill. But anyway, I mean, and you are not attached to us at all, correct?
We have a Schedule Z, which is a document that dictates this solar system sends electricity to these accounts. And we need a signature from our customers to verify, and we need a power purchase agreement to verify that that's where the credits are going. So these are verified by the electricity company to ensure you get the credits that you signed up for.
Right, and you heard my point. You could give the credits from that same unit to Warwick, is that correct?
Only if we sign an agreement and the credits aren't sold already.
Right, but you're not attached to them, and you can give them the credit as long as they're willing to join your group.
The difference is, though, is that there are other benefits here of being local and in this community, and also that you are able to step into an agreement and not have cost to run a lengthy RFP. We were actually vetted by the town of Bristol, Barrington, and Barrington School District, not once, but twice. They ran the RFP twice because it took a little while for them to make their decisions. So we resubmitted everything again. And there are other benefits. I mean, there are projects out there that look very real, and people that are really in the midst of this world see that there are a lot of promises out there of real projects, and a lot of them aren't going to make it because of financing. We've jumped through those hurdles already. These projects are real, and they're real now. And unfortunately, there are some very big RFPs coming up, and tomorrow morning I have to submit an RFP that could take all of our electricity. But to be quite honest, sir, we want to sell the energy to the school district because we're invested in the school district. We want to work with the kids in this school district. So this is why we're trying to give you the opportunity now before they're gone, because we will be turning on the site in a few months, and we need to make sure that our electricity is sold or we lose the money.
So you're telling me, sorry, Maude, you got it already. So you're telling me if we don't vote today, you may sell it to somebody else tomorrow, and we may be out of it totally. Do you have a car for me to buy too?
No, honestly, that is, and we've actually been talking for some time. We've met with you before, and now that the projects, some of them are not happening, a lot of these RFPs are really looking for real projects, and our project is one of them. And it is the reality right now. And we want to make sure that you have all the facts. And that's why, this is one of the things that we do want to share, because this is reality.
And if I may, Madam Chair, I think the only way that you would be able to sell to Warwick, as Mr. Cabral mentioned, was if they needed the amount that you have, or that you can provide them the energy that they need. I mean, with this, if I'm looking at this correctly, and these numbers still hold, that estimated annual production of this site in Bristol is about 7.7 million kilowatt hours per year. The town of Bristol is going to take some of that. The town of Barrington is going to take some of that. The Barrington School Department is going to take some of that as well. So the only thing that you would have, the only way that you would be able to sell this to, let's say, Warwick or anybody else, is if you had enough to cover their needs.
That's correct. And we actually have two projects. We have one in East Greenwich, and we also have one in Bristol.
Yeah, the Briggs, I think it was the Briggs building.
Briggs project, yeah. So the Briggs project only has, I think, almost 2 million kilowatt hours left available for sale. And then the other one has all the capacity is available right now. But yes, we can't sell it unless we have it available. And the other nuance to Bristol Warren School District and say Warwick is the Bristol Warren School District can step into it. The Warwick School District, the rules are they would have to run an RFP. So that's what's different. They would have to go through the process and spend the money for a consultant, which is things that that you were all part of originally with this RFP that we went through already.
So you said you had 2 million left on the Briggs, and you've got all of this. So theoretically, again, if we oppose this motion tonight, we did not get any of the generation from this project, you sell all your kilowatt hours, then if this body did decide at some point to go into this, we would have to start from the ground up, go out for RFP, find a project that is in the works and may or may not be a viable project because they might not be able to clear these hurdles. But we would be stepping a number of steps back, correct?
Yes, that is correct.
Okay, I'm gonna go, Mrs. Ellsworth, did you have a question or comment?
Yeah, I just have a quick question. So for Laura, so does this lose production power over time? Like, is year 1 the same as year 25? And how do we, because 25 years is a long time and things change and it gets worn and.
Yep. So we factor that in when we did the analysis of your generation. So initially we take 0.025 off the generation per year, then 0.05.
What does a generation per year mean?
So how many kilowatt hours it produces. So we take a little bit off when we do this analysis, and it's the average of what a typical solar system loses and degrades over the period of time. Now, there are other things that you can do during the life cycle of the project. Everybody makes out when the project produces at its optimal capacity. So they do things like repowering, which is changing out certain things on the site to continue to maintain. There's also things that developers do for, they do production guarantees, and they promise that we're going to stay at a certain number for the duration of our projects. Our sites have never had an issue with that, and some of our agreements do have that clause in there. Yes, they degrade, and yes, that is something that we're aware of and we factor in when we do this analysis on savings.
So if it's more, you would come back and we would get charged for that addition?
If it's more generation than what you sign up for, if we produce more?
No, if you don't, if it needs repairs or whatever.
So that's one of the things that's unique about us rather than others is because we're local, our turnaround time on any outages is going to be fast. A lot of these solar companies are in other states and they also subcontract out the work. We self-perform all our work. Aaron Rust, who is actually also on the line with me today, has been listening in, and he's actually the director of asset management and is local to this area as well. All of us are from the area, but yes, I mean, there are outages. If you had a production guarantee on your agreement and it fell below a certain amount, we would then owe money. That's what that guarantee is for. We've never in the almost 12 years at Nugent that's never happened. And I actually have never really heard from my seat that happening to any of the developers we work with. Maybe Aaron has, but not me.
Thank you. Mrs. McBride?
Yeah, you brought up a good point. We don't have an RFP for this, and we are not a part of Bristol. We are our own separate entity. So what Bristol might tell us is good, and Barrington might tell us is good, we're still responsible before we enter into any kind of contract to do an RFP. And we haven't done one. And I don't think that we can just legally accept a contract because a town says it's a good one. And I think that you really need to take a look at that possibility, because if a contract fails that we enter into, there's nobody that backs us up but us. And that's the way it is with all of the contracts that we enter into. They're not entered into with the town of Bristol. They're entered into with the Bristol Warren School Department. And if we do that, then we have to go out for an RFP.
I see Mrs. Reish's hand.
Madam Chair, may I respectfully request that may I respectfully ask to make a motion to go ahead and vote on our solar proposal? I would move to vote to approve.
Okay,
If that's acceptable to you and the rest of the school committee.
yeah, you, sure. I accept that motion, and if I could get a second, I will move to discuss before we vote. Can I get a second to Carly's?
Second from John Bento.
Okay, motion made by Carly to approve, John Bento seconding. I saw Mr. Now we're going to discuss Mr. Saviano. I saw your hand go up, I think. And you
Yep.
are muted still.
Unmute, John.
Thank you. Okay, so Marge, first of all, you stole some of my thunder because that was my next notes that I was going to say. But in addition to that, think about us as school committee members. If someone on the school committee committed 3 or 4 years ago to a program like this that was 25 years, and suddenly we're able to buy it for 50% off with some other thing that is invented. And we're sitting back and saying, but we can't because we're committed for 25 years. We still have 20 more to go. And so we go nowhere. Listen, this kind of stuff is becoming so ingenious that we could lose out on something that could happen tomorrow or 6 months or a year or 3 from now. We as school committee members have a tremendous responsibility if we're thinking about committing to 25 years on anything. Thank you.
Okay, does anyone else on the school committee have any more questions?
Well, I guess.
Wait a second.
I gotta go to Marge because her hand went up first, then Brian.
I just wanted to say that I absolutely agree that it's important that we start looking to the future. And I think that it's important that we teach our children about those kinds of things that are coming up. And certainly our children have already come to us for plans that we could implement in the school district. And we have done so because they were extremely creative, well thought out, and good for us in the long term. The fact that the plan is at the Bristol landfill means that it's local no matter what. And it means that the children in our district can learn from what's going on locally. But I implore you to consider the fact that you can't sign for a contract without an RFP. And if you do it, anyway, I understand. I agree with what Carly's with the reasoning behind her argument in terms of a greener world and all of those the other things that our children are teaching us about and that we're all learning about. But this isn't the one to do. And that's all I'm going to say. I'm done.
Thank you, Marge. Before I go to you, Brian, Mary and Carol, can you weigh in about this RFP nuance here?
I haven't been asked to look into it, so I cannot give you an opinion this evening. All I can tell you is I would need to do some more research. I can't answer that. I'm sorry.
So
No problem at all. I didn't mean to put you on the spot.
No,
but if-
no, that's all right. I don't mind, but like I have not been asked to look into this. I haven't been asked to research it. I would be uncomfortable giving you an opinion tonight.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Bradshaw.
So from the notes that I took in our original meeting, I took a note that said we would need permission from the state procurement officer to quote unquote piggyback on the Bristol Barrington RFP. I'm wondering if Laura from Nugent can maybe just talk a little bit about the research that she did do and that Nugent did, and why they believe that this is a viable option for us at this time.
Yes, actually, I was the one that did that research. I was just waiting for a chance to speak up. My apologies. So I did go on the Rhode Island website and I read the regulations, and it looks like as long as, in order to do this, there would need to be a request to the chief procurement officer in Rhode Island to request to be added to this RFP. So there is a step to take here. It's not illegal or in any way, it's a request. And, you know, we are willing to work with you and hold on to those credits as long as we're taking those steps to do that. And you know, that's how much we want to work through this. And then if it comes back and they say no, which we highly doubt will happen because you were part of the original RFP, and then we obviously would need to move on, or you'd need to run an RFP yourselves. But that is research I did myself. With the CEO of the company that verified it.
Mr. Ramos?
Thanks. So I think what I would like to do then, I don't know if I need to make a motion to amend the motion, or if it can just could be added on to it, but that the motion to approve the recommendation to enter into the agreement with Nugent for solar net metering credits, subject to receiving approval from the necessary approval from the state purchasing agent or state purchasing officer to join in the RFP selection process conducted by the town of Bristol, the town of Barrington, and the Barrington School Department. And that way, this is no longer part of the motion, this is just explanation now, but in that way, we are protected against any potential pitfalls, because if it's not something that we're allowed to do, we would get out of it. And it sounded to me like what Laura just said is, if we were to vote to do that tonight, they'd be willing to work with us and not, and essentially, I would say, you know, for lack of a non-colloquial phrase, tie up that energy or reserve it for us while we go through that process. Is that right, Laura?
That is correct.
Okay, so would someone like to second Adam's amended motion?
Second.
Okay, so amended motion made by Adam Ramos, seconded by Brian Bradshaw. Is there any discussion on the amended motion?
I guess my question would be, does Adam's amended motion supersede Mrs. Reich's motion? Are you taking her motion and adding this additional clarifying step so then it makes her original motion null and void? Would we need to just remove?
I think if it was passed, if my amendment is passed and it amends Carly's motion, and then we would vote on the amended motion. If the amendment fails, then Carly's motion would remain.
Perfect.
Well, I think you have to vote on the amendment first.
Right.
Then you have the new motion, and then you vote on it.
I'm actually going to go to Mary Ann.
Okay, so you just amended the motion, Adam. So now we need to vote on the amended motion. If the amended motion passes, then Carly's motion becomes her motion plus what Adam said. And then you have to vote on the new motion, which is Carly's plus Adam's.
Perfect.
Works for me.
Okay, so is there any more Mr. Bento?
Yeah, real quick question. It was made mention, and maybe I missed it, said 20 to 25 years. Is it 20 or is it definitely 25 years?
25. 25.
Do we have the option to go to 20?
Nope.
Okay, I'm good. Thank you.
Any further discussion on Adam's motion? Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
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 Mr. Bradshaw, Adam Ramos, Mr. Bento, Mrs. Reish, all opposed?
No.
Mrs. McBride, Mrs. Ellsworth, Mr.
Opposed?
Saviano, Mr. Cabral. Is that 4 and 4?
Yeah.
Fair votes in a tiebreaker. I would vote in favor of Adam's motion. Mary Ann, remind me,
All
because
right, so now you're gonna vote on the Carly's motion, which is now amended by Adam's statement. So the new motion basically is to approve it with the understanding that you would go and get permission through the procurement office to be able to be part of this, even though you weren't part of the original RFP.
is there any further discussion on Carly's motion as
As
Mary
amended.
described it and as amended? Seeing none, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Mrs. Reish, Mr. Bento, Mr. Ramos, Mr. Bradshaw, all opposed?
Aye.
It's the same count. Mrs. Ellsworth, Mrs. McBride, Mr. Saviano, Mr. Cabral, and as the tiebreaker, I am an aye. Okay, thank you, all of you, for this discussion. Thank you, Laura, for participating with us.
Thank you very much.
And for your patience, as we have so much that's going on right now in the district. So I appreciate your time.
Absolutely. We'll be in touch.
Thank you. Moving on, the next.
Erin, we're
item
approaching
is
10
the
o'clock.
2020, can I please get a motion from a member to extend the meeting past 10 o'clock? Thank you.
Moved.
Motion made by Carly. Can I get a second? Seconded by Mr. Bradshaw. All in favor?
Aye.
All
Aye.
opposed? No one is opposed? Okay, thank you. So the next item is the 2020-2021 transportation contract. I'm going to hand that over to Tina.
Hi. So thank you, everyone. So I believe that Marianne has produced a memorandum of agreement that she and I have been working on prior on, I believe it was June 22nd, I'm sorry. The school committee voted to accept alternate bid pricing 1. And so we are basically just putting a memorandum of agreement that shows that. Additionally, based on the force majeure clause, we added some language that would discuss what would happen on the days that the buses did not run. Obviously, last year was the first time that we really, other than for a snow day here or there, had an event that we needed to deal with. And so based on the bid specification that went out, First Student did request some additional language. Marian and I and Dr. Bryce have discussed it at length, and we are not under any obligation to, to kind of enter into those discussions if we're not interested. And so we decided to stick with the specs as written and just put the key factors that we wanted into the memorandum of agreement that's in front of you. I don't know if Marian wants to add anything else.
The only thing I want to add is that we did agree that we would pay for some additional cleaning of the buses. So
yes,
there's
I'm
a
sorry.
clause in here where we're going to pay for the buses to be cleaned twice a day. I think it's $6 a day. And so we did put that in.
Yes, I apologize. That's correct.
Okay, so before we move to discussion, could I get a motion to approve the transportation contract for this school year?
So moved.
Motion moved by Brian, seconded by Mrs. McBride?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. So discussion. Does anyone have any questions? Mr. Saviano?
Per bus?
You need to unmute, Mr. Saviano. You're still muted. There you go.
The $6 on bus. Now, is that for what period of time?
That is for as long as we're required to clean the buses because of the COVID-19. So we wanted to make sure, I mean, we don't know whether it's going to be 6 months, 9 months, for the year, longer. So we made sure we put in for as long as it's necessary because of COVID-19.
Still muted, John.
John, you're muted.
$6 per bus per day or what?
Yes, but they've got to clean them twice a day. So it's $3 for each time they clean it.
Thank you.
Does anyone else have any other questions about the contract? Okay, seeing none, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Okay, I hear no opposed. Thank you. I forgot to announce that we are removing 5D from the agenda. I meant to say that at the beginning of the evening. So last but not least, we have the reopening plan. And I think we should also begin this with a motion to vote on Dr. Bryce's amended plans
So moved.
as presented tonight. Motion
Second.
by Brian, seconded by Mr. Ramos. Discussion?
Second.
So Madam Chair, if I may.
Mr. Bradshaw?
So just to be clear, nothing changes from our, the motion that was passed last Thursday, except for Cold Andrews will be going to the first week of distance learning in order to get staff back in the building, and that we're recommending that the high school go to the limited in-person model versus the partial in-person model.
That is correct.
And I guess my other question then is, as guidance changes, as vaccines are rolled out, how quickly are we able to turn on a dime? And if we're in this limited posture and on October 1st, the governor comes out with guidance that says, hey, spacing now needs to be 3 feet. So we can put 4 more, chairs in a classroom. We can get more students in the building. Are we able to, I would imagine it would come back before this body and approve the phase shift back to a partial in-person model. But is that something that we would do at that time, or are you looking to keep this the way it is for the school year, no matter what happens with state guidance? Would you do it on a quarterly basis, or how would you implement changes to the plan moving forward?
Yeah. So first and foremost, as soon as the guidance is updated, and as you've seen over the summer and from the fall, guidance is updated continuously at different periods of time. As soon as we get the new guidance, we will look at the guidance, see what it says, and then we have to make a plan to make sure that we are implementing the guidance. I think if the guidance changes on October 1st, we're gonna get our high school, and by the way, there isn't a plan that we have that we don't have in our database, that we don't have in Google, that we're able to go back and pull it out and say, we've already got the plan for that. They've changed the parameters. We now can put more students within a particular classroom because we can reduce the space. As soon as they tell us that, how long is it gonna take? I would suggest that it's probably gonna take maybe 2 or 3 school days, and that I would notify the school committee of the decision. But as soon as we can get more kids back in the building, that's what we're going to do.
Madam Chair?
Yes, Mrs. Ellsworth, go ahead.
So I have a couple of questions. On the document that you kind of said to us, it says for Colt Andrews return to at 9/21 to in school. Those kids that are full in school will go in school, and then the kids that will remain in distance learning. One is the hotspots. You had mentioned that in one of the questions, but we have to look into it. Like, we can't look into it because the class starts on Monday. So we need to figure out how to get these children, not only their Chromebook, which I'm sure you're aware, KMS was a disaster. I was in line for 45 minutes, had to turn around and come home because it was so crazy. So we have to get these kids their Chromebooks. We have to get hotspots for those people that don't have internet. And how, for Colt Andrews, I'm just only talking about Colt Andrews right now, how are we going to make sure that these kids get their breakfast and lunch that they need, and they're going to get services, not only IEPs, 504s, but as well social services that that school offers through
Absolutely.
our amazing staff?
All right, so let me take the lunch. So absolutely imperative. We're going to have grab and go lunch at Colt Andrews every day next week. So parents will be able to pick up grab and go lunch for their student. So that will be available. In some cases, working with our food vendor, which is Chartwell's, if they can bundle 2 or 3 days lunch together, we will do that, so that breakfast and lunch, so that students will have that. While the school committee meeting has been going on, we've been working with school staff, technology staff. We already have, the Chromebooks are already in the building. They are already divided up by grade level. They are ready for distribution. We can't do distribution tomorrow. We're going to do distribution on Friday. We already know that. We have additional staff that are coming to help with that. We're going to ask other staff that are available to come in and assist with that. We have to communicate that to parents tomorrow. In terms of hotspots, we have hotspots in the district. Every available hotspot that we have, we're going to make available for Colt Andrews. So if there are parents that say they need, just as the question was, that they need a hotspot, we're going to go through all the ones that we absolutely have and make that available. We hope, right, that most of the parents that have said that they're going to be in person for the week are going to be able to work and have internet access. We will also put up more information about hotspots through Cox Cable and things like that, as well as cable providers. That will go up on the Colt Andrews website tomorrow. It'll go up on the district website tomorrow.
Okay, so now the high school. So Colt Andrews is a week, right? And we're sticking with that week. So parents can go. Now we're going to have parents scrambling. So we need to make sure that we're not wavering and we're not going back and forth. And I understand that it's difficult and it's a difficult time, and our staff and our janitors, custodians, maintenance people, staff are going all out. And, you know, I thank them so much for everything that they are doing, because it is not an easy task at all. So now going to the high school, my biggest concern is the concerns that I've heard over distance learning through March. So the first time we did this is that students weren't signing onto their Chromebooks. Students that were at risk of dropping out, kind of just, we forgot, we don't know what happened to them, right? Like, so we need to make sure, and I don't have the answers, but I'm not willing to sacrifice kids' education for this. So because of the fact that our dropout rate will be higher than it ever was, we need something in place that will grab these at-risk kids who go to school, have support systems at school, and have nothing at home. Because a lot of these kids will be not home with an adult or a parent because they're older.
All right, so I think my response to that is twofold. Number one, last year we were successful. As a matter of fact, we were one of the most successful districts in the state of Rhode Island, which was absolutely the most successful state in the union at switching from in-person learning to distance learning. That is a testament to our teachers, our TAs, secretaries, administrators, everybody in the district. While we know that we were successful, there are some students that really excelled at distance learning. There are some other students, as you may have mentioned, that distance learning, they didn't really take to that. But we also have some lessons learned. One of those lessons learned is about students signing in and having more structure. So we have more structure in place for distance learning. We have more structure in place in terms of students signing in, turning on their Chromebook, and being present and ready to learn. We also have a requirement this year that we did not have last year, which is advisory. So every student at the high school, every student at the middle school has advisory. They have been assigned an advisor. That advisor should be, one of their roles is to check on them frequently. And by frequently, I mean at least once a week. And I would think more than that because you've got a small number of students. And part of the role is making sure that, are you coming to school? How are things going? How can I help? How can I be of support? The high school has a robust number of resources. We need to make sure that we are connecting students that have needs with the resources that are already available. If we need additional resources, I know that our community, the community organization has offered to help. We have a student advocate in the building. The Bristol Police Department has put a therapy dog in the building. There are a number of different supports that are already in place. Let's talk about dropouts. So last year, what we saw, even with distance learning, is that the number of students that were able to persevere and demonstrate resilience and walk the stage, right? We were very happy about that. But again, I come back to your point. We can't afford to lose even one student. And we're going to be concerned about every student that's enrolled at the high school. This, the limited process is not something that's going to happen forever. As we've already talked about, if there are other ways to get additional teachers to utilize additional buildings, we will certainly use that. Once the guidance changes, if it changes, we will certainly address that and we will move as quickly as possible to get as many kids back in school as possible. But one of the things that I think about all the time, strong academics, but in order to have strong academics, you need strong social emotional support. The other thing that I haven't mentioned that we spent all summer working on is a social emotional learning framework that a group of community members and staff, and that group was led by Diane Santa, our assistant superintendent. And the reason why that social emotional learning framework is so important is because all students need support. Students that are taking 4 AP classes and seem to have it all together, they need support, just like the student who may not have been doing as well as possible. That individual needs support. That's what we're building at the high school. The high school has a great program, Get Rich. It's not a slogan. It's really a program about building the type of social emotional supports for students that allows them to be successful. All right. And Dr. D, the staff, we saw some great success stories last year. We expect to see great success stories this year, and we are not willing to sacrifice any student. We're going to go after every last one of them.
Okay, so in your document, it said in limited mode for the duration of the pandemic. Was that an error that you wrote that?
No, but it's it's limited mode until the guidance changes. So
okay.
if the guidance changes, then we can change.
Okay, so you probably should write that because I took that as like for the end of the year.
And we will update our guidance because we have to update it and give it to RIDE.
Thanks.
Thank you, Mrs. Ellsworth and Dr. Bryce. Mrs. McBride?
I just wanted to echo what Sheila had to say because I agree with her. And I think the therapy dog should probably be out on the common with all those children who aren't in school and aren't being serviced. Having said that, and being extremely disappointed, I also recognize that Dr. Bryce is telling us exactly where he is, and that whether I like it or not, that's where we are. And I have to respect the fact that he's telling us this in all good faith, and I see no other option at this point for me. Sure, I could vote no, but that doesn't everybody knows that I don't like this, that I want all the children back. Having said that, I'm going to support Dr. Bryce simply because I recognize the constraints that he's under. And I don't like it, but I don't like a lot of things, and I don't always get my way anyway. So I'm kind of used to that over the years. I just hope that you can get those children in as fast as possible.
Thank you, Mrs. McBride. Mr. Bradshaw?
Just a quick question, and Dr. Bryce, I don't mean to put you on the spot because I'm not giving you a lot of notice here, but are there, we talked last week, and I think the same holds true today, that rooms, interior rooms that don't have windows are not being used.
That is correct.
We know we have, and I mentioned it, and it was a big concern of mine last week. It's a big concern of mine this week regarding air changes in our rooms. Are there things that we can do while we're in a limited model that, from a facilities perspective, that we might be able to do to bring some of those currently not able to be used classrooms to be able to be used, such as, I think we had talked about, I've got really nice 400, 500 CFM fans in my house, in my bathrooms, that'll hold a napkin up to it, and it'll stick because of the amount of air it's pushing out. Are there things that we can do in the interim to get some of these non-usable spaces usable and bring more children back and move into the partial model or the hybrid model that we were hoping to be in sooner without the guidance having to change?
So I think two things. One, the guidance related to using rooms that don't have windows is pretty clear, that the room, unless it has an HVAC system, unless it has MERV 13 HEPA filters, and that it is doing 4 to 6 air changes per hour, that is not in the best interest of staff or students in those rooms. And so as a result, as we've walked the buildings repeatedly, we've taken those rooms out of circulation, right? So they're not going to be used for students. As a matter of fact, I was at one of our buildings, they were just 3 staff, socially distanced in a room, didn't have windows. And I said, I'm sorry, folks, I can't have you in here. I need you in a place that has windows, that we can have the windows open, we can have fresh air, but we can also then put a box fan in place. In regards to your point about, is there something we can do? There absolutely is something that we need to do. The next step of our work is that we have to plan for what happens when the weather gets cold and we can no longer keep windows open like we can in September. So if that's the end of October, if that's November, we really are going to have to make a decision about, are we going to put air scrubbers and 400 or 500 CFMs in every classroom with external exhaust in order to change over rooms. So this work does not end, right? So we have a plan. The plan was to get us to open. We're ready to open. We've got 4 schools that are ready to go, no issues. We've got 1 school that needs to do distance for a week. We have another school that needs to modify their schedule in order to safely put students back in the building. As soon as the guidance change, we will adjust our plans and we'll adjust on the ground to make sure that we're keeping students and staff safe and get as many kids in the building. But I think the other question that we have to have, and we have to have it relatively quickly, is whether we're buying temporary units per classroom, or whether or not we're going to determine whether or not this is a capital project that implements enterprise level HVAC systems in all of our buildings. And that's the question. And I don't know if we have the time to do the capital level investment before the weather turns. And so that's part of the issue that we have.
Marge, I'm going to go to you in a second, but I just have a question for Dr. Bryce. So Dr. Bryce, you know that I walked all of the buildings with you, spent 8 hours in the buildings this weekend. And I guess what I want to know is, I know that spacing was difficult in some of the classrooms. I'm thinking specifically of the high school at the moment, because we know that the high school has unstable groups because of the schedule. And all high schools are in this same position. And I believe the guidance in general is that in unstable groups, it's 15 people in a room, it's 6 feet apart, it's wearing masks. I don't know how that applies to schools. I know there was a question around that in terms of the 15 people in a room, but I know that either way, the challenge that we found was, how do teachers have enough space in the front of the classroom with more than 15 desks in a room being 6 feet apart? I also know, and I'm going to say this because there seemed to be a lot of question around this, how are other districts doing it? I would question whether other districts are doing 6 feet apart, because like it or not, the guidance has been conflicting. Or at least the discussions around the guidance have been conflicting. And so there may be districts who are having their desks closer than 6 feet. We don't know. We're trying to keep our desks 6 feet because that is what the guidance tells us. I also want to ask, in addition to that and how that plays in schools, I want to also ask, is part of this high school issue because our students, and I again don't know what other districts are doing, but many of our students are expected to eat at their desks in their classrooms. And so being 6 feet apart without being next to each other without masks on, from what I've read from the guidance, definitely requires that 6 feet. Those are my questions.
Yeah, so absolutely. So the guidance that we're using is the same guidance that any other school district can use. The facilities guidance that came out on August the 24th, right? It didn't come out in June, it didn't come out in March, it came out August 24th. And that guidance very clearly says that if you don't have a stable group, that 6 feet of distance between students is a must. We made a commitment when we were planning that we were going to make health and safety the priority. Health and safety is a priority. And I can stand by that. I can sleep nicely. I can sleep peacefully at night knowing that I'm doing everything in my power to keep students and staff safe. Having said that, I also recognize the importance of students being in school. I'm an educator. I am a teacher at heart. Do I want my children in school? All 3,200 of them? Absolutely. And as soon as we can do that safely, that's absolutely what we're going to do. But there were, just like we knew that there were issues at the middle school and we had to go to the hybrid, there were issues at the high school, we went to the hybrid. And then when we started looking and counting, right, very specifically, how many students can fit in here and how many of those students can be 6 feet apart, that's when we found that we had a problem. Once we found out we had a problem, we had to address it. And we addressed it. And don't forget, parents made selections for in-person or distance back in the end of July, early August. We didn't get this guidance to the 24th. We also didn't get the governor's decision until the 31st. And so part of the reason why the governor pushed the opening was because the guidance needed to come out and she knew she was going to make her decision later on. And just as she's made the decision later on, the guidance that's come out later, it has caused us to have to adjust our plan. And that's what we're doing. But absolutely, our priority is to keep students in a stable group, outside of a stable group, 6 feet apart, because that's what the guidance says. Everyone wearing a mask, having appropriate airflow, air changes per hour. If we do those things, we hope to be able to get students in school educate them safely, and get them home.
One follow-up, and then I'll go to Mrs. McBride. Is it your intention to, you're requesting tonight that we alter the high school schedule so that the kids are going in 1 day a week as opposed to 2 for now?
That is correct.
Is it your intention to work to a place where we can get to those 2 days as originally planned? And I'm also wondering if you think that could be a viable possibility, partially because you anticipate having families who are going to begin with the in-person or partial in-person and then take their kids out if the students are unhappy, you know, experiencing anxiety, if there's any changes in family life or whatever. Thank you.
I think we will continue to work on a plan, but I would remind the school committee what having another school requires. Having the facility, we can find the facilities, right? Speaking with Town Administrator Contente, we can use rentals, at least 3 classrooms. We may be able to use the other school, but what that means is that we're going to need staff for those classrooms, and we don't already have all of the staff that we need because we've had to increase the number of teachers. And I will share this, I'll say it again. In the last 2 weeks, we've had 15 teachers or teachers' assistants submit either leaves of absence, FMLA, resignations, or retirements. All right, that is the type of churn in the HR system that makes it really difficult to staff up when we open. This is just not a regular school year.
Thank you. Mrs. McBride, did you still have a question?
Well, it wasn't a question so much as a statement. When Dr. Bryce, you talked about air conditioning, did a pretty exhaustive study on that, and we would have some major problems, and we'd have to go for a bond referendum. So maybe we could talk about that at another time.
Absolutely. The one thing I would say, Dr. Bramaj, who's the expert that spoke with, he's done work for the state. He does work in other states in the U.S., but spoke to pre-K to 5 staff for the 8 East Bay districts. One of the things that he even said was, air conditioning is nice, but it is in no way a filter. And so we have to recognize that even in classrooms where in buildings where there may be air conditioning, we've got to open the windows and put box fans to get the fresh air in to do the air changes per hour.
Well, the point I was trying to make, Dr. Bryce, is that we don't have in our buildings, we don't have the electrical capacity to handle even room air conditioners. So it has to be a discussion for another day, because at one point parents wanted to buy air conditioners for their children's classrooms, and our electrical system won't handle that. So let's talk about that later.
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Cabral?
No, I'm all set. Margie answered the question.
Okay. Is there any other discussion on this? Ramos.
Thank you. I don't it's not questions, it's really just a brief comment. Last week I voted in favor of moving forward with the plan as presented then, and tonight I'm going to vote in favor of moving forward with the revised recommendation put together by Dr. Bryce. And I just want to say that I think that this revised plan really reflects the spirit of flexibility and awareness that we really need to have as we move forward. As Dr. Bryce has said repeatedly throughout the night, there's a need to constantly be evaluating what the changed guidance is, to constantly be evaluating what the situation on the ground is, and to be able to be nimble and make adjustments so that we're ensuring the safety of our students and families as best we can, consistent with the guidance, while also delivering the best possible educational platform for everybody based on what their preferences are. And I expect that there will be other times where we need to make adjustments that either the school committee needs to approve or not approve, depending on how major or minor they are. But I'm heartened by the degree of work that I've seen go in just in the last 5 days since we've voted on the last plan to now, the level of detail with which the guidance has been scoured, as well as with which the buildings have been scoured, to make sure that we're in compliance and we're relying on the experts who are telling us what the thing is that we need to do in order to provide the level of relative safety and compliance with guidance that we need to in order to open schools consistent with what they're saying. So, I am incredibly sympathetic to all of the anxieties that so many people are feeling about all of the entire situation, their individual unique circumstances. So the last point that I want to make that really gives me faith in moving forward as we are planned is the level of responsiveness that I have seen from Dr. Bryce and his team when particular circumstances are brought to their attention in an effort to try and address particular concerns that arise, whether it's coming from a family or a staff member or teachers. And I believe and I trust, and I would go so far as to say, expect and direct that the administration will continue to be responsive and treat everybody who comes before them with a concern about their particular situation related to being in school with the seriousness and concern that it deserves, and do everything they can to try and mitigate that concern within their power. And I know that they're going to do that. The last, and I'll leave it at that. I do have one question that I think I want to ask, maybe on behalf of some parents who either maybe you may have said something about this earlier, but maybe it didn't come out clearly to me. So I want to make sure that it came out clearly to parents. There was some concern expressed in the community from some parents who are on distance learning about not having yet received teacher assignments, and a concern about whether distance learning is essentially getting the short end of the stick in terms of planning and preparing, and that their students are not going to get the level of attention that students who choose in-person learning are going to get. So I would just ask if you can address that very specifically right now.
Yep. So certainly distance learning is not the short end of the stick, but it is setting up another school system. That's in effect what it is. And as a result, we needed additional teachers. We had some of those teachers in place. Some of those teachers actually then moved over when there were vacancies or sudden resignations as we shift around to get fully staffed. I think I updated the school committee earlier today. I think I need 3 distance learning teachers. And we are going to make a decision by midday tomorrow. And if we don't have them, we do have our plan to ensure that we have teachers in those classrooms on day 1. So in no way is this do we think that distance learning is not as important as in-person learning? What we are being faced with is, in some cases, expanding the number of teachers you need. And then even while we're expanding the number of teachers we need, we then are hit with the loss of staff members who at the last minute have taken leaves as is their right, or retired or resigned.
So can you just, you mentioned that there's the plan if they're not hired.
Yeah.
I know that you told us what it is, but can you also tell everybody else what it is?
We will have staff in those spots. and we continue to interview. We interviewed today, we interviewed yesterday, we'll interview tomorrow. We will have staff in those spots.
Victor, I'm going to go to you next. I just have a quick one that's a follow-up on Adam's. Dr. Bryce, this also came through in some emails from parents on that same topic, so I want to just piggyback really quick. How can you assure parents and families of those kids who don't have those assignments yet that those teachers will be prepared on the first day of school to teach their children?
Well, first and foremost, teachers are professionals, and teachers walk into a school and they know the expectation, they know the level of preparation that it takes. And I fully expect that all of the teachers that we put in place are going to spend the next 48, 72 hours, whatever it takes to make sure that they're ready for their students. That's in the lifeblood of us as teachers. And I wouldn't expect anything less. And I know they're not going to let our students down. They don't have to worry about letting me down. They're not going to let their students down, because that's the type of people that are teachers. And so
if a teacher reaches out who's in this situation and needs assistance, because I hear what you're saying, and I know teachers and I know that this is their passion and they work harder than anybody, but there could very well be a situation where there's someone who needs assistance, and I'm wondering how that person would get that.
So there should be 2 levels of, or actually 2 or 3 levels of assistance. Number one, if they're brand new to the building, haven't been in the building before, their teacher, their principal should make sure that they have their contact information. There should also be a buddy teacher that is supporting them. And I find that buddy teachers, oftentimes when you're a brand new teacher, you don't want to go to the principal because you don't want the principal to think ill of you. And so having that buddy teacher to be able to say, hey, here's how we do things around here is always helpful. So that's one step. Going to the principal is another step. District administration in any area, whether it be instruction and Diane and Mary, whether it be human resources and Tina, whether it be special education or student services and Ed, everybody, myself, everybody is available, and we will absolutely wrap our hands and our arms around that teacher in a figurative sense and give them the support they need so that they can hit the ground running on day one.
Thank you. I would just ask that you please make sure that that teacher buddy system is in place, and that all of the teachers, know about it.
Absolutely.
And I will go to Mr. Cabral. Thank you.
There are many problems when you open any school at any time of the year, and whenever it might be. This is different than any other time, all right? You have to parents, teachers, administrators have to realize that there's going to be many, many, many changes from now until even the day we open the school. And after that, we're going to have more changes, and we just have to monitor them. And the administrators, the teachers, and the parents. And the parents have to realize they are the advocates for their kids. We won't always know what's wrong with the kid or what the problem with the kid is, but they have to let us know what the problem may be and advocate for their children. Thank you very much.
You're muted.
Aaron,
you're muted.
Oh my gosh, I'm sorry. I said thank you, Mr. Cabral. And I saw Mrs. Reish and then Mr. Bradshaw.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. I wanted to echo what Mr. Ramos and Mr. Cabral just said. Last week, I voted to provide Dr. Bryce with the additional week. That wasn't the desire of the school committee, and that makes sense to me. But I wanted just to sort of reiterate again what Mr. Ramos said, that I have seen so much work and thoughtfulness and dedication going into this last week to make sure that we're meeting the needs of the teachers and the students. And I'm a glass is half full kind of person, so I'm being optimistic, and I believe not only in Dr. Bryce and all of his team's work, and I'm so grateful for all of the, let's be honest, hundreds of extra hours over the past few weeks that have been given so graciously by our teachers and our administraters. I feel confident at this juncture that even though this isn't going to be a perfect opening, perfection is impossible. I tell my children that all the time. But that I know that in good faith that everyone will bend and move and be flexible and patient and open-hearted, and that this will be a successful beginning to our school year, whatever that might look like. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Reich. Mr. Bradshaw?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Dr. Bryce, we talk about the distance learning and the cohort of teachers that are working through the distance learning and our teachers that are going to be in person. Eventually, there's the hope, the fingers crossed, that one day we'll all be getting back into the classroom. Are the teachers that are leading the distance learning evolutions and the teachers that are teaching in person collaborating and working together so that they're teaching roughly the same material at the same time, so that when we all get back together, half the students aren't, I've never seen this before, and the other half is like, oh, we did this 3 months ago. Are our distance learning teachers and our in-person teachers working together and collaborating?
So I'm going to give you the short answer, which is yes, but then I'm going to ask Dr. Santa if you want to give some of the details.
Absolutely. Oh, I thought you were going to give the short answer first. Okay.
Yeah, he did give the short answer. It was yes.
Oh, okay, yes. All right. So here's the longer explanation. That's been part of our plan for quite some time. And tomorrow we have a training with the distance learning teachers that have been hired to date. We'll do a follow-up for those who haven't quite finished. And hopefully tomorrow after we'll be able to get this going. So essentially what we're doing is we're training them to use Google Classroom, similar to what our classroom teachers did in the spring, so that whether a student is at home learning or in school learning, they'll be using Google Classroom as the learning platform. And that will also support the question of what if a teacher is absent, or what if we don't have someone for the start of the year? Everything will be set up in there, and those classrooms can easily be shared and resources can be shared. So another thing that we've done is at the K through 8 level, we have extended a subscription to an online learning program called Ready Classroom that teachers used in the spring. It's what we've been using for math. It's a very good quality program, but we also used it in the spring for reading, and teachers found it very helpful. And in addition, the principals will be planning time for those teachers who are doing distance learning and in person to have common planning time. We want them to stay on the same page. We don't want a disruption in students' learning if they transition from distance or to person or back and forth. So we have all of those pieces in place, and the elementary principals are working alongside Tom Driscoll to make that happen.
Thank you, Dr. Santa. And I'll just end with just what everybody else has said. I really appreciate the dedication that you, Dr. Bryce, and Dr. Santa, and your staff and the teachers and the administrators have put in to getting us as ready as possible. I'm with Mrs. Reich, that last week I was in favor of giving you a little bit more time, but I have every confidence in you and your team that we're moving this in the right direction, and we'll continue to improve as we move forward. So thank you for everything that you've been doing, you and your team.
Thank you, Mr. Bradshaw.
Thank you.
Are there any other questions or comments? Mr. Bento?
Hi, thank you, Madam Chairperson. Yeah, real quick, I'll echo what my colleagues are all saying. Thank you for the concerns and hard work to all the parents out there, teachers, staff, and administrators. Two quick things. The thing with the high school, I understand with our other school communities, but with the high school, I know we're going to stay focused on that. It'd be great if we can try to put a marker on a calendar. But at the very least, I think moving forward, every one of our meetings, and perhaps an annotation and every weekly note from the superintendent. It would be great that, we can cover some of the stuff that we're doing, creating options, if guidance change from state, space, whether it's rentals or another school, staff utilizing subs, TAs, what have you. If we could get updates from the superintendent weekly, and then at our meetings, that would be great. The other thing, with some of the points, there's some really great points shared by parents and teachers today. I had some follow-up with that. I think I'll send an email to the superintendent and CC you, Madam Chairperson, on it. And then the last thing, it was brought to my attention, I think it's a good point, with our kids going back to school and coming together in person, I think our school committee should come together in person as well, since we're leaders. That's all I have, Madam Chairperson. Thank you.
I agree, John.
Thank you, John. We will be transitioning into full in-person meetings. However, it will be up to the discretion of each individual member, just as we have set up with our schools, who wants to be in person and who wants to be virtual. We do have members who are potentially in a more compromising age group, or may have older relatives living with them, or whatever the case may be. But we are certainly not in the position of mandating that anybody do that. Furthermore, because I've gotten this question quite a bit, I'm just gonna share that I think it's comparing apples to oranges. So yes, we will transition because it's time. And I am happy to be there in person. I have no issue wearing a mask. We will all have to be wearing masks while we sit 6 feet apart. We will be talking to you whilst wearing a mask. And the reason I am expressing my opinion on this is because while I think there are very compelling reasons to open school in person, such as research that shows that most children learn better in schools, that we have vulnerable children who, like it or not, rely on schools for support and food and nourishment. I think that there are less compelling reasons to have school committee meetings in person, but again, more than happy to do it. I will say that I did speak with legal counsel. We are required to allow everyone in a meeting who wants to be in a meeting. So it will limit the amount of people we can have in the building, and most likely it will end up, because we have such great participation, which I personally find to be an advantage of virtual meetings at this time, we will probably have to have people Zooming in while we are in the building doing the meeting in masks. But we will be transitioning to that, and you will all know that and see that on our agendas moving forward. Mr. Bradshaw?
So to follow that, so was it the opinion of council, and she's still here, that we would still need to abide by whatever the state mandate is for the phase gathering? So if we're currently in phase 3, we
Yes.
can have no more than 15 people together. So that would include the 9 of us and potentially 6 administrative staff, and then nobody else until we hit that 15 mark.
I mean, that's current. That's not the agenda item that we're on, unfortunately. But we can put that on the next agenda, or we can talk about it offline. We can also ask our legal counsel to write something up, and we can put it on the website so that everybody knows what this will look like. And I think that's only fair, so that everybody is included who wants to be included, everyone's who is present, and we have to present that way, because it's my understanding, and again, it's not an agenda item, so we have to move on. But because it came up from John Betzel, I will say that we are beholden to have whoever wants to be in the meeting. So we can explore that further, unless Marianne, you want to address it right now, and that's appropriate.
You're right, it's not on the agenda, but it did come up. And what we're seeing going on and what school committees are transitioning into around the state is that the actual committee is meeting in person if they are comfortable. I mean, I have some committees who are meeting in person, but a couple of the committee members are still Zooming in. And then we set up a Zoom so that participants can be at the meeting, but through Zoom, because we still have to be aware of what the governor's requirements are for meetings. And it's impossible to get participants at meetings. So we'll be talking about how we're going to do it going forward with your IT department.
Thank you, Marian. Is there any other discussion on this motion to approve Dr. Bryce's altered reopening plan? Okay, I will just say that I echo Adam's sentiments, and I'm guessing the sentiments of everyone on this committee, that this is just unbelievably difficult. This is nothing that our superintendent comes up with or that we vote on is going to be ideal. It's just an extraordinary year. It's unprecedented. Things are going to evolve and change as we move along. And Victor's right, we're going to need to revisit this as we move along. And I just want to thank everyone for their flexibility. I want you to know that I, for one, am completely empathetic to our teachers, which is why I spent an enormous chunk of my weekend in the buildings, because I wanted to see what you were talking about. And we did discover that there was an issue with spacing. I think what Dr. Bryce is trying to do tonight is trying to address that. We are also empathetic to families. We know that no decision, I think, at least I can only speak for me, know that no decision that we can make is going to be the right decision for everybody. It's very difficult. I know I've had many sleepless nights. I'm guessing I'm not the only one up here that has. We are doing our best, and I believe it is my job to know the guidelines, to look at the guidelines, and to make sure that if we're going to put kids in our schools, we are meeting those safety guidelines. And what Dr. Bryce is telling me tonight is that in order to do that, we can open 4 schools and we need to modify it to others. And so that is where I believe we're at. That is what I believe my job is. And that's all. And I also want to just thank everybody for all they have put into this. The entire summer, school nurses, teachers, admin, school committee members, the community, people who have just reached out to say, I'm a doctor, can I help? I work in ventilation, can I help? Can I look at things? Can I be a reference? I'm thankful to all of you. And I know we can get through this together. I know everybody's probably tired of hearing that, but that is what we're living in right now. And as I said at the last meeting, we will keep you apprised along the way. We are open, email us, call us, and we're here. So anyways, thank you. Thank you so much, everyone, for coming. And with that, I will ask for a vote. So all those in favor of approving the modified plan that Dr. Bryce presented tonight, please say aye.
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 Okay, all opposed? I see no one opposed. Is that correct? Okay. Thank you very much. And now I need a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Motion, I think, made by John Saviano, seconded by Brad. Marge, what?
I didn't know if anybody seconded it, so I did.
Okay. I saw John and Brian Kate, if you saw something different, please go with what you saw. All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Everybody have a great night.
Good night. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone.
Good night.
Good night.